No. The Olam Kitan. No, let's go back to what we said originally. Umay lamata, lamata be isra. So say no. What lamata means is not going down in church. Lamata means a lesser isra. A lesser isra. Everybody says e. So e, imas. So just like when it comes to Rachel, right? The mother of her mother is asur. Afu ein imo asura. So to right, the mother of his mother is also going to be asur. Amrabai, Amrakra. Imchay. Sabai says the pasuk says it's your mother. Mishum imo atamachayvo. Because his mother will be atamachayvo mishum im. But the same biblical prohibition applies to grandmother. Rav says bein leman z'amar. So says bein leman z'amar don umina. So also we've seen this many times out of journals in that book. In general, we make the Shabbat. So the shaila is, what are you focused on when you make the Shabbat? So don't means that Allah wants to make the Shabbat. So really, Halamaisa, there is very much rooted in the origin of limud. Versus don't means that ultimately the real limud is much more focused on the result. So the Gemara listen to this. So Bilaman Damar Domino, Bilaman Domino, Kibasra, Lo Asra. So we'll say so again. So whether or not, so whichever way you understand the Gzir Shabbat, ultimately again it's not going to work. You're not going to be able to learn the Isser about Aim Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man Domino. So the one who says ultimately domino, which means we ultimately focus that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, Mahi ain ma'asura, just like by Rachel. Ultimately, again, her mother is going to be asura to remain. Akunam is ain ma'asura. So again, for Ruben, his grandmother, right, is also going to be asura. And from this, in other words, again, we learn from the place of origin, just like again, if Reuben would have relations with Rachel's mother's mother, right? Rachel's maternal mother, he would be punished by Sreifa. Nami is Sreifa. So if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, he'll also be also Sreifa. The man does Sreifa. The man says, the man does Sreifa. And that says that Sreifa is more Hamad than Skila. You can ask if you're Malihi, Sreifa. So I say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel relations with her mother, for instance, if Reuben has relations with his mother, doesn't make sense that if Reuben has relations with his own mother, it's with Sreifa, but with ultimately again the mother of his mother, it's Sreifa. Furthermore, just comes to Rachel. There's no distinction between her mother and her mother. So to by Reuben, there should not be a distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. And according to the opinion that says, ultimately again, the skila is more chamer, you don't have to deal with the same question. Fine, so that's part one. Part two. And according to the opinion that says when it comes to the Gzeir Shabbat, we're much more focused to model the entire Gzeir Shabbat on the result of the Gzeir Shabbat. So the Gemara says, Mahi ein ma'asura, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is asur. Afu nami ein imo asura. So to again, Reuben, his mother's mother is also going to be asur. V'uki basra, and let's derive the halachas from the result. Hasam hu d'vizva. So they both say the other halachas is Sreifa, about halachas is Skila, but ultimately here she does Skila. As we find this is a punishment by his mother, which is Skila. So the man that was Sreifa Kamura, he can live from. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more, we have another paracha. What's the paracha? What's the top of 76a? Malihi Shekini Mother Sreifa. What about by Rachel? By Rachel, which is with Rachel's mother's going to be best Sreifa. Tomer Bahu, Shion Skila, by him, relationship with Skila. V'od. Furthermore, again, why should his halachas be different than hers, or has different than hers? Just like by Rachel, I would say, there is no distinction with vis-a-vis Reuben, whether he has relations with Rachel's daughter or Rachel's mother. Either way, again, it will be sreifa. Afu lo tach lo bo bein to le'emo. Go le'emo. There should be no conflict between relations with his daughter, relations with the mother of his daughter. But according to one who said that skill is more chamar, mehai kusha lo niduno. Ultimately, again, you don't have this same kasha about the issur of aim. All right, so we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this, so we're going to this is a good place to stop. So I say, okay, so bottom line, what's the takeaway? So maybe stay away from family gatherings. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing, right? So what's the thing? So just understand. To really simple. Actually, remember, let's say this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working through. We'll say, there is a profound soul. Say that don't talk about the time, so they will end. So as it says, right? Two relationships. What are the two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's what our explicit. What our Mishnah is doing is building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships ultimately that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and therefore punishable both by the paradigm that we're using is lemala kilamata, lemata kilamala. Using the wife as the rayos midpoint over here. What we're understanding is those who are above her, and we're going through generations above her, generations below her, essentially are all going to have the same framework for arayos. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how we get. The good part is, I know what the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately again how we get to this. What I realized off with the tremendous Moshe in all of this. If you notice, you see a Gemara like this, went through a lot of Gemara, or an Amud of Gemara, and it doesn't feel like we reached a significant conclusion. We're tremendous sort of life. That in life, it is incredibly important to talk. Incredibly important to talk. And sometimes it can be frustrating to talk things wide. So also this happens all the time. It is important in marriage. Sometimes perhaps that your spouse won't get. So you're like, okay, work it out. And then what happens? You begin talking about it. Don't look at me blank, by the way. Right? You all know exactly that. You look at it, right? You talk it out, and then it goes on. And what are you thinking? What are you thinking in your head? This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. So let's say it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere. Because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on there in the show, even if they normally be like, I think I'm just getting more confused, and I think I actually have less clarity than we started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. I think so often, remember, Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff. The reason why we focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything to be successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And these conversations are like, what are we talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? Or something someone who you care about. Just take space to be able to express yourself, to talk it through. Even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that doing over here that these stones can build meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first go through the process of talking and re-talking and re-discussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the complete list of Sreifa, but rather, again, Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to build some relations. We'll say, Shkab Sabbath for today, we'll say maybe if we could get a couple of comments just to help out. We just resize this here. This is straight, so what's off? Someone should look at what's off.
Where's all the English money gone? We need more English money. Earlier, I accused an Indian man of sending us English money. That was what the beginning of the show. So there's no reason to be tired of that.
from any base to base 70 to 15 lines off from versus the small thing. Kata already is not even a shoulder. Kata might have running after someone to try to show them. Now what they not to show the kata which is preventing from going ahead and doing someone else. However, rotate in a third. Logic will be here, so in the logic is going to cut on the money and obviously a straw, you weren't that. Cut on the money. In fact, if you're allowed to go in and do cut and running after someone else, indicates stuff that a rotate in general, right? A rotate doesn't need a straw. Whether the rotate is and whether the rotate is also someone is running after someone else to show them the perpetrator, right? That the attempt is not his obligation to stop. He's now let's get into the decision of the so that a local is once the head has come out. You're not allowed to put the baby in order to go ahead and see them. Why is she open that? Because that's when who's the decision one point in the baby's life? Not but why is right? Rotate. The baby is a rotate. Again, obviously not a premeditated rotate, but the baby is a rotate. The baby is actually told about the which Mark and Hassam, the Mishnah Kalas is different over here. Why? Because the Maisa, again, this is not a premeditated act. Like the end of the day, this is coming from a Kodesh Baruch. So because again, it's not called this, you can't call the baby. Rotate requires a functionality. Rotate requires Kabbalah. This is how I put the Baruch. Its name is saying, let's say, let's make this a question. Rotate shall be a rotate after the Bible. So Ruben was running after Shimon, kill Shimon. Omer, what we see to Ruben, the eight Shimon, what are you running after Shimon? Shimon is not a good, not a good. Ruben Dursu, got Torah Omer, Shlokas, Gama, Adam, Ba'adam, Ba'adam, Shabbat. The Torah says, but ultimately, if someone's trying to kill someone else, they're allowed to kill the killer. So I'm going to go and sell them. We're allowed to kill station. So again, the point of here, interestingly enough, is under normal circumstances, you have a straw. So there's the one, and then there's like a verbal, almost like a scar as a perpetrator. So you move back and do that. Interestingly enough, this doesn't report to being verbal response, which you see to indicate the low date is not the hasra. Is not the that's a different opinion. So this is the Jordan, this is the Zen. So this is the Omer. Things are hasra. The general Islamic is well certain. And Chacham doesn't require hasra. Why not? But comes from the fact that Chacham, we know, has Judaic nation, doesn't require hasra. Why? Shalom well, I will have to make sure because I saw now it's only there to see if someone knows the difference between someone who's an accidental perpetrator versus intentional. When it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder, there's no hasra that's going to be this. Question on road they share with the if someone writes, so again, moving this way after shooting to kill him, Homer Lower H. So then Bruce. Torah Omer Shobek Kama Adaba Adama Yishma. He says, Ruben, what are you doing? Shimon is he is. Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, a member of the covenant. And the Torah says, if you try to kill someone, you'll have to kill them attempted murder. Which the Gemara says, in Omer Yodea Mishu came, Potter. Right? Nas and he also came, Chayiv. See, interestingly enough, if Halacha, the perpetrator, Ruben says, do it anyway, he can leave anyway. So the nice again, that shows that Rovi doesn't have smell. So let's say, so we're in this interesting kind of massive where because a person who is attempting to kill someone is there a slaw in or not. Which we must say, no, that's a different case. So see how the private change in number, the Lamatsu, that case is different. That case is talking about a situation where, let's say, we're on one side of the river, on the other side of the river, we see Ruben trying to kill Shimon. So there's absolutely no way for us to present that mighty God. So what we put there, we're going to see the so we'll have the opportunity if you get up to successfully kill, so should we be able to bring you the case. Since it's going to have to go to the Asian base, do not buy us. Based on anything in the base, then everyone is going to be released for us. I see the possibility is, on the front, you know, I'm like, so tell you how to stress. Or the thing to say, during the lecture, is, you know, I probably is
Yo, big dog. You gotta be 18 to be in here, my man. So we'll see. You gotta go. Get out of here. It says, are you an adult? If you're an adult, you can come. Because you have to be 18 to be in here. I don't want to talk with children. I don't want to talk with children. What did you say? Oh, that's perfect. How are you, big dog? I'm well, thank you. How about your friend here? Is she at least 18? Amazing. All right, perfect. How are you guys today? Okay, excellent. Yeah, same here, man. Excellent. Very well. Well, I'm just chilling as well. So feel free to enjoy, my friends. Mikasa and Tsukasa.
These are the people who, if you're about to commit this crime, you're allowed to go ahead and
What about him?
by killing the perpetrator, the attempted perpetrator. What are they? So you must, number one,
He's just chilling.
number one, Reuben's pursuing Shimon.
I don't know. I don't keep track of it. I live my life. I stream my life 24/7 online for world peace. What'd you say, madam? What's rabbit? What?
Let's say Ruben's running after an animal. He wants to so again.
Oh yeah, just listen to his podcast.
Okay, so the animal's going to be impacted by that. That's between the Sparkle and Ruben. We don't get involved. We're not going to kill that from committing an act against the act. Or the Chalas, the Shabbos, but only Koch. They've always wanted to call me much else. So we again. So again,
yeah, so good. I just awoke. So I gotta do some prayers, and then I'm gonna go to Twitter and talk to people in there, promote myself, and make friends. Over 1,000 new followers in the last. So that's good. We're done. We got over 2,500 people, just press 2,500 people in the Discord. And I don't know if you've ever had people try to join your Discord. It is very difficult to get people to join your Discord. So that's good.
Don't sit by. But rather go ahead and take action.
Yeah.
That positive is needed for something else. I need that positive for something else. What do I need it for? How do I know that if I see my friend, I see another Jew, it's drowning in the water, or an animal is drowning, listening by a lover is being attacked, robbers. I don't have idly mind.
I'm a project manager professional at the App Store in Google, which has allowed me some financial independence.
Myself and important someone else. Let's say I see moving, I'm not a strong swimmer. Or I see moving being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapons. So, what you like to talk about it, but the idea that they must try to
like to live stream my life, that's really my favorite.
Just see that.
But in my normal life, I like to golf. I like to run long distances. I like restaurants. I like the beach. I like going to the ocean. Just even not even necessarily the beach, just walking on the boardwalk is fun. I like that's what I'm doing. I like road trips. I like you could drive in LA. It's fun.
So where do I know
I'm on my
that
way
if
to go.
moving is between I'm allowed to live in order to notice.
All right, so mean ego world. You found me in ego world. Yeah, I'm the most beautiful ego I've ever met. I bet. That's good. Yeah, there aren't many e-girls in there. I mean, you would think that it'd be full of e-girls, but it's just not really. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I've met some of the e-girls, and they're cool, but they're few and far between. And you can imagine, I mean, I'm in a lot of different servers, and
you're allowed to kill the guy to prevent him from violating our Russell. I'm going to turn it on So again, a man's trying to violate our Russell.
I know White Monster Energy. I know that Monster Energy company. They make a white one. Okay, is it good? Oh, it's an e-girl drink. That's what e-girls drink. Oh, very cool. I have to keep it on tap. No, I can totally see that. That makes total sense. I get that. They need all that. They need all that energy, but don't want to gain weight.
You're right. It's not like alcohol. It's a hackish. I will say hackish happens to be
the
juxtaposition within a monster. So
Monster Energy. The white
says,
right. They make a coffee one. I don't know if you've ever had their coffee. They're very good. Oh yeah, it's really good. They're from Monster. So I don't know if they have them in Germany, but I've had them in California where it's like, I don't know, they have like mocha and vanilla, and they have another one. They have like 3 of them, and they're really good. And so they don't taste like Monster. They taste like coffee, almost like a Starbucks frappuccino kind of deal. You know what I'm referencing? Yeah. So those are interesting. Yeah. How about you? Aside from e-girl in it and gaming, what do you like to do?
So just like in Aram you're allowed to go ahead and kill the
It's like 907.
So to Afotzea,
Alright, so you ready to think about what I do? Excellent. I'm ready. I live stream like 24 hours a day, so 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. And when I go viral, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. In addition, I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. In addition to wanting to help the world and wanting to make you rich, I like to talk about topics of futurology, the study of the future, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of planets, interstellar travel. I like to talk about Santa Claus machines, replicators, teleportation, invisibility cloaks, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is found known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the bird, which I think is really exciting. When you were born, you and those around you had a life expectancy probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that if you want. This is all with your consent, but I want to give you the resources to be able to utilize things like therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy to get you to be 100, 120 years old. I say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that used fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is if you want, again, with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Bro. Yeah. Bro, I don't know what you said. Bro.
It was a lot. No, it's like impressive that you can remember this all and that you're doing this for the whole.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you.
Did you memorize that?
Yeah, I've been saying it for 4 years, so it changes a little bit here and there, and I add things or take away things. So here's the thing. I don't know if you're familiar. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is? That's okay if you don't, or X Spaces now. It's basically audio calls that are going on throughout the world, and there are tons of them. There are like thousands of them. And you Twitter, it's through Twitter. X, I call it Twitter because that's just what it's been my whole life.
Yeah.
And there are all kinds of topics. So like right now, like I know you guys speak English, you speak excellent English, but let's just take for instance, if we wanted German people, German speakers, just as an example, I'm gonna check out how many people. It may not be that many, but it's essentially Clubhouses. It's like Twitter's version of Clubhouses. It's basically like audio calls. So um, there are about 100 German calls going on right now. I don't know what they're talking about. There are 498 English ones and um, 1,839 Japanese ones. Japanese is so popular on there. Anyway, so people have these spaces where they host anything about politics or economics or whatever. And I go into ones that are called chill and chills or shill and chills, which is where they allow people who have projects to come in and tell you about their project. And sometimes they give you 30 seconds or 3 minutes to be able to tell you about what they do. And I had to take what I just told you and uh, basically alter it to fit whether it's going to be a 30 second or 2 or 3 minute, however much time they want to give me. But when I say that to people, they're like, that's the coolest effing thing I've ever heard. And it's really great to hear. And that, like, I've created like a time capsule of human behavior, but also of humankind. Like, you can go back to any moment of any stream that I have for the last 4 years and find out what was going on in world history. I think that's really important to be able to ensure that people don't manipulate history. And then additionally, people can study what a human does. I think it's going to be extremely important in the future. It's already becoming important with AI. AI needs examples on which to build its models. And I have more human data archived of the internet than any person ever, which may make me very influential in the development of AI human models. I think that's really interesting.
I am so busy. It's yeah. And how it's going?
Oh, it's going.
The streams, no.
They're going really well. Okay, so I'm becoming really popular on Twitter. I had somebody come in last night and call me a celebrity, which is not true, but I am growing, and a lot of people are finding what I do, who I am, and what I am, and they're very positive towards it generally. I get some trolls every once in a while, and I only target adults, so I'll randomly get children who come in here, and I ban them immediately. I've gotten people who are 17 years old, and if they if they come in and they're 17, I just tell them, just wait to your birthday. You know, I don't let anybody. I do my best to not let anybody in who's not 18. In fact, if you come in on, it doesn't work on an iOS device, but on Android and a computer, there's like a warning message that comes up that says you must be 18. The reason why it doesn't come up on iOS is iOS it iOS does not allow you, does not show 18 or older discords. It's just against their terms and conditions of the App Store. So um, if anybody ever comes in and they don't sound of age, I do my best to be a watchdog and tell them come back when you're 18. You know? And Discord has a lot of kids, so I have to be diligent about ensuring who comes in here. But we've had 2,500 plus adults, and some people live in here, like alongside me. Other people just they like to sleep in here. People, I had random people sleep in here last, um, and women and men they just like to not. And I think that's a cool thing. I don't want anybody to feel alone, so that's what I do.
Wait, can I bring my friend back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Adonai, Elohim, Adonai,
I'm watching the world's worst stand-up special for 24 hours tomorrow. What is your response back? Can we flip? Close, but no. It's good. Can I watch it with you? No. She didn't respond.
Which side?
I don't do this for me. I do this for my kiddos. Yeah. I mean, you gotta make money to buy baseball bats and court for that. She's like, I like that. The hell, man? Farm all year round? Cheese. She's like, nice. Dude, give me cheese. She's like, dance to the hell, man. Farm all year round? We never kill off the carbs? Nice. Dude, give me cheese. She's like, hell, man. Farm all year round? Talk about Michelangelo, dude. Paint the Sistine Chapel right there, Daddy. That's some of the best stuff ever written. Yeah. That's just facts. Yeah. Ice cream. That's what, like, the Migos or something like this, they should make a song called Everything. With that, white t-shirt. Everything. Same Ringo Pop. Beat back and right now. How many times do you think Future has watched the Ringo Pop? Yeah. Great artists watch great artists. Yeah. Iron sharpens iron. Yeah. You go around, you go to fucking Bob Dylan, you're like, you ever seen the Ringo Pop piece? Yeah. That's what watch those things. Comics, exactly. Special, yeah. Daddy's number. Yeah. Boss. Has ball hit you up at all? Okay. Yeah. Good. Headache 1 hour in. Good. Gerardo's not awake for the start. Good. Oh, fuck. I feel like that sounds like I'm Brendan. Are you tired of complaining at breaks? He's good. Bot. Bot. Yeah, way to make me laugh, Bot. Gordo, none of your business, Bot. Hey, Ryan, come in with the Jelly Roll talk. We have to talk about Jelly Roll.
Yeah. Dude, Jelly Roll would have been a fucking great get right here.
Yes, I really like the show, and the way you treated McGill reminded me of how I treated one of my friends. I thought was a dog bitch.
Somebody watch me go weed for 24 hours.
That sleeper for the funniest Elephant Graveyard's videos where he does him crying about Mitzi. That's great.
Yeah.
When you stare into the bomb, when you stare too long into the void, it also stares back into you. Be careful as you wrestle with monsters. I'm about this.
Yeah.
So, we should have gotten Andre Wolf on the pod.
Oh, that would have been great.
So you guys do a show on Reddit Shop. Fucking ranked.
What's the You'd Be Surprised 24-hour stream? I don't think we can get away with that.
Yeah, it's on Showtime. Never heard of it. How sad would it be if we went to the gym with Tony and bench more than us?
Oh,
Fucking kill this.
you probably can't, honestly. I don't bench.
Nah. That's not facts. So I benched more than Gerardo the other day to prove I'm heterosexual. Oh, it tastes. I love the feeling of pussy related peanuts. Girls can't get enough of Hinchcliffe.
What's the food situation? We got some surprises for you guys. Keep in mind, we are in stasis right now, awaiting the second half of the stream, which we're not even at the halfway point.
Yeah.
Which is a rough thought. Have you guys ever sacrificed a Saturday for skits and bits?
Oh yeah, entire Saturday. Don't remind me of that. This will be a rough weekend for me.
No big deal.
I'm gonna give a Oh, Ellie's. Tony Hinchcliffe is her tag.
I think it's wasted Saturday. Skits and beats. So I guess the thing that Cowbell was never read.
Oh wow, bingo.
Say things.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, so you did a good job. Motherfucking lobster. Red lobster, dude.
That's so cool that we pulled up menus since the beginning. Are you guys in your mom's basement or what?
Yeah, almost, yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you even a profile pic like I care. Next.
Dude, fuck doing this for the rest of your life. Imagine streaming every day.
That's crazy that those guys do that. The big streamer
That's
thing.
insane.
I guess at some point you just gotta completely tune out. Like, I'm surprised.
Yeah. You know the cool part about doing this though is that sometimes you gotta meet your idols. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Sometimes it's just like, what? I'll talk to people like this, dude.
The CEO. wish I would take my hat off.
So yeah, dude, take off your hat and all that.
I can't have a hat on being president. So I should have worn a suit. Sports jersey. I'm embarrassed. It's number 66. I can't hear Brian though. Oh, there he is. I can hear him now. We did it. We got him.
Thank God, but
Yeah.
Alice,
Whoa. Crazy. Man. BC. This is amazing.
what are we calling today's episode versus shop?
Yeah, oh yeah. I don't know if you know this, but we've been streaming. Well, yeah, you do know this. We've been streaming the Gringo Pop Beat since 9 a.m.
Wow, I did tune in early when Hal Lamar was in there. I didn't see any patties, but I could see in his eyes lots of that.
Yeah, no, it was pretty crazy. He had a lot of energy. Very fast.
So wait, Bella, Gerardo, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, we can hear you.
God, that's a wild hair day.
Oh yeah, sorry. This is 8 hours of streaming here.
Oh yeah, this is what streaming does to your hair.
You guys, how much caffeine slash beers you got on?
Oh, I don't know about caffeine, but we got rain.
Rain has a new flavor called white gummy worm. So that's what Gerardo's drinking. Yeah, I had a Red Bull and an Americano. Never heard of it. Yeah. So we got a lot of caffeine. We're very tired. I have a headache. No, I mean, listen, if it gets anywhere near 24 hours, there might be like a mistake where I unplug on purpose. Oops. I don't know how much longer I can do this, but
And you know the answer to that? Sorry, what was that, Brian?
oh yeah, that's a good question.
Well, you missed how my hair got this way, but you know why I don't cut my hair, dude? Because it's cheaper to get a Cubitic hat. You know what I'm saying? See that right there?
We're all about merch.
Yeah, dude.
What did you miss? Let's see. We had on. Well, we saw Mark. We had on Brendan Walsh, Alan Strickland Williams. You missed about 30 to 50 replays of Bean Cheeks. But you know, like, not you didn't miss that much.
Yeah.
Oh, one time, I think you probably saw. I did like the first 10 minutes. And the second 5 minutes on the Patreon, but I've never done the full thing. I know I've let you down. I apologize.
It's keto, man.
I gotta say, Brian, the bits on the show recently have been amazing, as always, but they're getting even better. I don't know how you keep doing it. Every time it's amazing.
I mean, I'm just recycling. So, but the whole point is that, is this community unnecessary? Possibly.
Yeah.
You guys know comedy, and I don't know if you guys are contributors to the Reddit or just beneficiaries of it, and then, you spun it forward to make your own
Right.
hilarious comedy shop. But this community of homeless feral cats, I laugh my fucking balls off
Oh, yeah.
on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah. Some of the funniest guys ever do it. We're mainly just beneficiaries. We didn't have it matter. I'll ask you this. Brendan Walsh, comedian, thing to me that he was saying he's like addicted to the Reddit. Do you ever feel you're addicted to the Reddit? It's a problem in your life?
I do feel like if you look at the problem, sometimes it gets a lot of I'm like, I want to be
These are good questions to ask every day, every night.
Definitely good question. But, then I laugh my balls off enough that I'm like, somebody needs to document this consistent level of ridiculousness.
Oh, yeah.
The Patreon era has been eliminated.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it's hit after hit. And then, like, Land Moonding, that was pretty good. Latest one.
That was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I mean, is Drive Fast, Eat Ass, is that show still around?
I don't know. We always laugh about it because the episodes take like 6 months to make, So it's so weird to have a truck show, and then every show starts with these like, claps his hands, and then 6 months later there's a new truck. So I'm hoping that in a few more months we can get with our show.
Today we're serving Francis Ngannou out of this carburetor.
If you can get him there to Austin, the storage unit, fingers crossed.
I was hoping you were going to get Jesse on fire, Becky on fire, or maybe even Jen on stage. Was there a chance?
Nah, we didn't even reach out. We haven't tried to get Jen on. I don't know if I want to have Jesse on fire. The way you're hesitant to be associated with Shop is the way I'm hesitant to be associated with Jesse on fire.
Did you have information about BGL entering your home?
Well, yes, that's a good question. You know, we should have that, but we don't. Unfortunately, we just, it's all risk, there's no reward. All risk, all reward. You know, yeah. Me and Mark, we went out to dinner before the first time I met him. We sized each other up, and I was like, I can take this guy. So I let him go.
I mean, the thing about Mark, I will say, is the thing I'll say also in my editorial about
Yo, Madara.
Hey, boss.
How you living, big man? What's good?
Yeah, just there, man. Just grinding all this. I just like that. Man, I had to going this. I had to like open shouting. What's about it, man?
I'm asking you, is your link tree?
Oh, yeah, I've created the accounts. I've created all the accounts. So just left for me to make it up to my link.
All right, when you go.
Yeah, I think I'm on your video call right now, so I think I'll do that.
All right, sounds like a plan, man. When you're done, send it to me. I'll look at it, and then we'll use Graph to put some content on there, okay, that promotes you. Excellent, big dog.
So it's almost tall. Yeah.
If you're not trying to violate an animal, so you kill it. And then to juxtapose an animal with what's there. If you just the attempted violator by the animal, so to kill someone who's trying to kill another individual. Incredible. Whereas the animal doesn't know it. Proof of knowing. I know by an animal lost yourself. He decided to get it. The aim of Moshe is inside the narrow. Talks about she violated in the field, right? She cried out and was one there to save her. So the Gemara says, "Hayesh Moshe Allah." The Chaldavar Shiach Allah Moshe. What do you see here? That there is someone there to save her. There is someone there to help her. He has the obligation to help her with whatever he needs. Even killing the magic, right? Behind the right of people there, the narrative like Allah. So, I don't know. I just know Theo. How do you know? I don't know if it's my friend. Drowning in the lake. Or trying to show like kind of dragging him away. Four robbers are coming. They're this place for first time. I don't know. I am not sure. I'm really. I'm going to Samo Kamame. But it's not standing on your friend. How what do you do? Let's see if I can solve it. If you someone in trouble, someone it's enough to go ahead. By the way, you know it's going to pick up the but this guys will look to see someone is in trouble, so it's not enough to crack, so it's not enough to sad, it's not enough just to stop it. There's something that I can do of a movie, somehow it's less between difficult and suffering of another. That is my secret, difficult problem. Incredible, that's the advice that we have to worry about. The rest, what's right with Bahami? How can that go? We don't have to do it. We have a different source. They also have to go. Whatever different parts of what it's supposed to say, and they don't keep on me now. So say, I don't know. I don't know. I find it. itself, the immortal, round, the wild animal, the robber. How do I know that I'm obligated to step in and try to help? So the way we learn Darshini is Darshini means you have to again return role. You have to return him to him. And he himself is in danger of being lost. You have to deal with him in order to return him to him. So the Gemara says, I'm not actually supposed to give me a hustle. What's that? So you have to how about you? About Mitra and Mika and Guri in the so just come back to I would have thought, I'm obligated to help. So if I help, but I'm not obligated to round up other people or to hire people or to spend resources to try to help them. And much more, the person who says, sound about that. So I should also know the community obligation. I see someone in distress, I do what I can to turn this to them. Emotional level, emotional stress. Obligation to do what I can to help them themselves. And then the salad that we have to teach you. Even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to round up stuff. I have to do whatever I can in order to help the person. Pero طبعا أخذها الوديك أخذها ديولا. So again, whether I see you running after Shimon or I see you running after Shimon or I see you running after Nara, the effort I did is or I see you going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for whom it is the field in necessities the death penalty. Or I see you running after someone to violate them who's a field Christians. What's that one? Still also the national. All these cases to prevent this from violating. I'm well acquainted. Russia that alludes to it. In Matilda, also the national. If a college is like evolution with Russia or himself, right? I should say that it's going to go ahead and have a relationship with them. Or a regular point, for example, with the Russia that comes remember again, these are prohibited, but it's prohibited by a law. It's a prohibition. Any Matilda can't control him from going ahead and having a relationship with his woman. You have to block us, in Matilda or Southern. So you guys is, let's say, again, Ruben already did it. Let's say he already did it. And now he wants to repeat it. So I can't kill him for that. That will discuss exactly why that is. Let's see what that is. In Matilda Sabanach, Yeshua Moshiach, in Matilda Sabanach. If a local let's say by now around the Rasta, she's about to be violated. And there's a way safer without, and of course, we have to take the kind of thing. In other words, killing the perpetrator is only the last resort to prevent the trust. There is another way, there's another method to stop the movement from violating the Salah Rasa. Every time another Rasa, now look at myself, I'll use to avail ourselves of that agreement. And he really says, I've called the Merex, Nikulo, Shaloya Hagin. It's really about 5 pounds of Rasa. What happened in the police? Allah calls my sister, what do you do? He just says, she said, John Russell says, leave him alone. Let him do what he's going to do because I don't want to run the risk of his and also, if he says, you listen to him. You listen to him. And he's married, no, I need to read it. On the top, Lanara will stop his dog. Ain't Lanara fruit mothers. So what's interesting enough that the American, how do you how do we know all of these passages come up? So the American character is this concept is very interesting. So the concept was by now the American is fine for a number of different scenarios. Plus it says, don't do anything to now. So you now have no culpability. But it's interesting enough, now is getting what's it plus. We bring it out the head. So it's not now. So what does that mean? Now, Zezah. That person thinks that the organ is running after Shimon Salamai. You could kill the game in order to prevent him from doing that. Now, a lot of persons in our Ross, you see, we're about to violate our Ross. So we're about to kill him to prevent him from violating. Okay, what is it different? It is having pieces. See, reading about conversations with a person for whom there is a thief price, you can kill him to prevent him from doing that. Right? Moves, ele cai de situation. This is first against the relationship that I had to use the cases. I'm doing that. So, honey, why do you call these cases? This was also excuse me, because of that one we shouldn't go up. Or I would have said, why can't they do it for the sodomizers? Because that's a no. That's not therefore again I can show you things from preventing about not the orchid, not as much as it's an act of violation, but the act itself, the act of itself. So perhaps again we didn't think kill or actually therefore again the person is teaching now. I know usually attempts to violate an Adam will also you can be killed in order to stop. Because of that, when announcing the plugin, furthermore, again, if we would have just said that, I would have said the reason the Lord to go ahead, kill the man, who would be 25 times also, is because if you buy this, how come one needs to run? It was not only a reference to physical, it was also a reference to stats. Not the symbol, ultimately, again, that has other potential narrative ramifications. Actually says that they're talking about the sleep and the kind of life. Actually says that they're also potentially constitutional damage to that. About not positive, but maybe in cases where again, quote unquote, there's no damage. There's no like there's no status damage and not necessarily relationship damage. Perhaps you couldn't ruin or it's not inside of my shit. If the person has to say no, you even can kill he's attempting to start of my shit. Because of one of the would have just said now law Zofa. So right, so far we have moving to tend to divide our Murasa, kill him, prevent him from doing so. He's trying to sodomize Shin, prevent him from doing so. So before would have just said these two, because of one of the was on days, we show the high love person, the high kahogin. So now the cause that's now the cause again it is status. That's why you can put Rayas, Darth Ayu, will not be Eva other Rayas, we're also looking at it's quote unquote normally that. And the ramifications, the chemo, is that it doesn't blemish quote unquote status wise or relationship wise as much. Perhaps I would not be able to kill the link to prevent it from doing which the must so that's one of hate. Different says no, it's going to not take future relationship. It is. We're allowed to kill the because of one of hate. How about we have to highly love it? And so would have just said, I would have said then maybe if I see moving without engaging in forbidden relationship is quote unquote forbidden by love, perhaps it should be able to pull moving as well. The Rahmana Mogas, God says the only thing to buy is if it's without engaging in a relationship, which is punishable by God. Because of that one among us, I don't know if having these things had it so slow. If it would have just said Mogas, I would say, oh, I see. Mogas means maybe some days. It makes English like hiding pesos. So one of eight, therefore the Torah says, which comes from who hiding pesos as well. So the verse of the one of eight Mogas body now. So that's the end, which is what the Apostle says. The Apostle says faithful mothers. It is faithful mothers, what is that? Any relationship or any act which is punishable either by custody, indefinitely by the parties. You're allowed to kill the perpetrator and catch the perpetrator. You have to say that they'll automatically not on the so just leave out nar, leave out nar. And mothers, and we know they're trying to do something, or if you're colleagues, you're allowed to actively kill moving to prevent you from perpetrating the crime against living. But why not? You might say nothing on me, right? Yeah.
Why is this guy talking for so long? Get pissed when I talk. Motherfuckers just coming out.
The dangers like this. If we would have omitted narrative, we would have just taken love without something like this. If ruin is attempting to do anything that carries us to the death penalty, either by basic or by colors, you kill him to prevent him from doing based on us, I would have said that if he's about to be fellow Shabbos, I could kill him to prevent him from being fellow Shabbos. Or if Reuben is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I could kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So what the Torah says, now and now, tells you what, the only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone to prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact another human being, for example, Reuben's about to commit an shots, very bad, but it doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to commit an act of bestiality, doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact another human being. In those cases, you cannot kill Reuben to prevent him from committing the act. Incredible. Again, we'll talk about this more tomorrow's now. Actually, if you about being college, you can go ahead. Sorry, I should say, what was called and I'm sure if I say, if I see that moving is about worship idolatry, I could kill him to prevent him from worshiping idolatry. Why? So according to the Shema Yochai, then why do I need Nar? It says, how many look at the Himo, the how many look at the Shah. We'll talk about why this is. The Shema Yochai tomorrow, the Shema Yochai holds only my holds. So by reading Avodah Zarah, if you see, if I see Reuben about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can go and kill him to prevent him from worshiping. That's only my Avodah Zarah. But the Shema Yochai now to exclude bestiality. If I see about to engage in an act of bestiality, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that. Or if I see about to follow Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that either. Okay, to which the Gemara says, coming to the Him, coming to the Shabbos. So I would have thought, Tisi Shabbos, Mechilu, I was thought like this. Both desecration of Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, both these lashon of things. So I'm at a point to the Shema Yochai, the same that I could kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, I could also kill him from being Machal Shabbos. Kamash Malon, no. So there's three for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos. Rabbi Elazar of Shimon Shabbos. We can't see this all. So there's another shita. There's more. So listen, so you don't see that this school of thought. The primary school of thought says like this: the only time you're about to kill Reuben is when he is about to commit something that is punishable by death by basin or kares, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent Reuben from committing that error by killing. That's the first skill. Second skill, if I'm sure by outside, I be attacked with the Avodah Zarah. The kind of worship of Avodah Zarah. And then there's Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon said, yes, you can kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. You also kill Reuben to prevent him from being the Shabbos. So you all the Shabbos not so enough. That's the Shabbos. If you was Reb Shimon makes the Tzir Shah, it says by Avodah Zarah, it says Shabbos, just like you can kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so to kill Reuben to prevent him from being the Chalo Shabbos. So like, there was the question, according to the Elazar of Reb Shimon, then why you need Nar and Nar at all? Because essentially, according to Elazar of Reb Shimon, anytime Reuben is about to do something and carry it in resuscitation, or resuscitation or kares, he doesn't have a human victim, he's still allowed to come to him when doing it. So I don't need now. People says, no, but it says, my equal, I can't, you know, no, one of those will call now, or one of them will come to reality. And anyone here, if I see you about the act of reality, then in that case, we don't kill them to prevent them from doing it. So, I would because of Rahman and Nar, because of Nani. The other one is more to check the symmetry. And since the Torah wrote Nar, the Torah also wrote Nar. So, once I say interesting enough, you can see over here, and again, we'll have to see the halacha. So, essentially, number one, I'm allowed to prevent it from doing the Avera A, either a person spacing, kares, the important qualifiers has to have been just having the victim. If you victim, I can't prevent it from it's shown by the high, but me, it adds an Avodah Zarah. The story doesn't know what's an Avodah Zarah, and according to the Elazar, Shimon, he adds in also Shabbos. I can still really prevent coming from the Macau shops. Everyone, for example, activists, terrible as that is, if it back to it, I can't kill the okay, well, what's a really bad thing? But you don't, I call medicine, you for you guys. You get out of this. What happens if you is about to violate the we're ready to prove. And then the now says, no, 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 don't going to do. I don't want to risk it. Get scared of living in the film, just let him do what he's going to do. So, again, the people say, you listen to them. So the Gemara says, the mic is listen. And obviously, the people said, you listen to them. And these Labanan say, you don't listen to them. So, what's the point? The mic is the Amar they're not Pegas, Akidima, and my pastor Shalom Yahadim. So, let's say, so listen to this. So, my focus is in the problem. What happens if you know about this girl? That she is my parents on the march, and my parents on Padma. People say my parents will come here about the situation, and they are the come here about us to come the shots. So let's say again, you know that obviously this girl doesn't want to be home. It's complicated. And she, and also she knew that the ramifications of this act of violation. Right? So what happens, you know that she is massive on people, and we also know that's leave them alone. So we do in this case. Now, Bolan Savi, I can give a copy of behind that place of the demons. So again, I want to say like this, Torah is massive on this girl. And never again, Torah says, kill the game. And if you know that she's not good on himself, so reminds again, we're not going to listen to what she said. Kill the guy to prevent him from going ahead and fighting. So you got, hide the comment of more calculate between the muscle and the tongue. But why does the Torah tell us to kill the perpetrator? Because we're afraid that if you don't kill the perpetrator, she will give her life rather than be fired. So we're concerned about the fact that she can give up her life rather than be fired. But in this case, she's kind of telling us to leave it alone. I don't want to be bold. But we just listen to her and enjoy her. All of us are not so tell them. Oh, yeah, from last night. I'm one of, as it says over here. The master of the she slow to as a level, she had a level. I'm a Torah, it's so dumb. The Dama is ultimately again, this is in general. That's what we're concerned about. She's going to give up pro life rather than be violated. And she's telling us, no, it's not what she wants to do. I don't want to look at you. You just said, I'm running with my little non-capable. What if the kind of puzzle is getting ready to violate her? It's also this is a logical question. Now she is would we kill the coin for something like that? The fact that now, again, I'm one of the people to marry a Kohen. Okay, obviously it's ramification, but when I say again, it's not a ramification. The Torah itself is actively true. So what's interesting, I want to point out is that a lot of times we pass the knife without and even in a case where the woman would say, you know what, leave it alone, a lot of times we just not in order to increase the lifestyle. It's also important to understand sometimes you see serious
10, 11, 12,
it sounds really strange. Talking about a woman
12, 9, 13, 14, 14,
a lot of times what happens in Iman is it's what's called the representation of halacha. Just try it. Halacha is just examination of the extrapolation of concepts. Void of emotion. And that's what you see. But it's one of the things that halacha relates to we assume that every single time that's almost in the same way. And halacha relates to assume that someone who is about like that, is coming to Glen Rock signs. As we assume that halacha relates to that person is ready to come to help. It's the same as so here. And that is willing to use brute force against the woman and nice again. We assume that act of violence tries to take life as well. And we'll as deal with it ultimately again as someone who's ready to commit murder and so allows to kill him to prevent him from violating him. Now the English thing with this interesting case where she says, don't do anything. She said, don't do anything. So what should we we do in a situation like that? She says don't do it. So we do this. We listen to her. Rabbanan say we don't listen to her because it could very well be that Torah cares more about her cover and she cares about her cover. For myself, we would do what we need to in order to stop this man from violating someone, even if it means. Alright, we'll say we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here. Everyone, again, sorry that I can't be with you in person. Have a wonderful day.
Just like Arrow Hawani, best guy.
Sure, yeah, right, man. But who else, if not you, is my question.
Gerardo, was there a
Alright, so we'll see.
specific
Setback
setback in the
is that is coming down in 7 fraction.
Like I know your words were
We actually up to that I am below on the base 70 degrees. So Chai Elu Chai decreases. Remember again, he was continuing on the drasha and we had the positive. Hey, Elu Chai decreases. Remember, you are as a question. So remember again, now that the Gemara was discussing yesterday was the idea that whenever the individual has a hate mother, the death penalty hanging over his head. By definition, there is no financial liability. Another application of cumulative. Another application of cumulative liability. So first of all, our dedicated by saying by adding the Benzet, by dedicating the month of Tishrei, Samuel dedicated the month of Tishrei,
The ultimate fighter that he was on. And honestly, I was like, oh, I love this guy. And but I didn't really know anything about him. And then when I was doing stand-up,
so again,
the time when
Gemara
he started,
says, women
people
they
would
live
post
out of
about
Shish
how like,
now.
this
These
is
are the
like
girls.
angry
If you
bitter
violate
comics.
them,
I'd be like,
they're
this
the
guy
same.
thinks he can do
Habala,
stand now.
we'll
He's
say
in UFC.
again, one of the examples
And
is
I watched, I was
some
like,
of
oh,
the relations with
rotating
sister.
and then
So
the other show
remember,
fits
having
on. And
relations
I was
with
like,
one
I don't
sister
have any interest
is
in that.
punishable like this. So
It's like
yet
vaguely
the Gemara
remembering it
is
from
saying that the
the fight.
offender is still chayiv mamo.
And then
So you see here,
it's like,
the
dude, you're
chayiv
just
misa,
and
you'll
I
still be
watched it
chayiv.
hard. I was like,
So
oh
it's
my
much
God,
amra
I
rabana
did.
chayiv
And then I
krista.
went back and watched you
Mishas
guys surprise.
ha'lo departma. If tali mitala limamona lo mishali. If tali mitala limamona lo mishali adimai. Which the Gemara says is the oversight that liability occurs at 2 different times. The way that this ultimately again when is he poking her? He's poking her at the beginning of the deal. At that point in time, where there is no financial liability, as opposed to Gimar Bia, at the end of the deal, where it's not going to liability. Everything Gemara is saying over here is that the Yisur come at 2 different times. The din of Mammon comes at the end of the Bia versus again the Pijam, like the Yisur. Then says she comes already at the beginning of the Bia. Honey from Andama Hara to the Shika. And it's just the thing who says that Hara is of the male reproductive organs. Elam Andama Hara is not necessary Sakara Manipulations. According to Dean, it says that Hara is literally what penetrates. So what is there to say? It would appear then that the Isser and the Mammon come at the same time. To which the Gemara says, because everyone say what the case with the first view of and that's what will be the view. Then the second time, ultimately again, the Rava Amar, the Rava says what the case is where the sister is being attacked by the brother, and she tells others to stand ready to help her, not to step in, leave him alone because I don't want to kill him. And you do this, but you know, you was a cap of $1. Papa Amar, Papa, the food of the vehicle. Papa says we're talking about over here. This is very different from yesterday's. That holds that if a woman says, leave the attacker alone, and just that we listen to her because when it said that she is fearful of being killed. And Papa says, Papa Vainal, with the food of the vehicle. The Papa is literally talking about over here. It's not a case of Mafuta. It was a case of Mafuta. Is where the woman was a case of Mafuta. Ultimately, again, she is complicit in this act. And therefore, again, if she is complicit in this act, we have no right to kill the individual to quote unquote save her. If we have no license to kill her, then by definition, will be chayiv in Gamo. Abai is biyachol lahatzil be'achamevar. So Abai is the case over here. First of the is where we can save the woman by injuring the attacker in one of his limbs. In other words, we don't have to kill her in order to save her. So once the Gemara suggesting this is very interesting. And first of all, two things. Number one, whenever you have the ability to save someone by injuring the attacker, that is halakhically preferable. Right? Whenever you can save, whenever you save the potential victim from harm by wounding the attacker, that becomes the
These fuckers are still talking about attacking. I'm talking this. This is the worst.
The victim could be saved only wounding the attacker. Then this is no longer a case of dealing with fascists. It's no longer a case of dealing with fascists a lot. Then the attacker will be chayiv financially. So the Gemara says over here, Rabbi Yonasan ben Shaul, besides that, Rabbi Yonasan ben Shaul, Rodi, Sherodi Vachar, Kadirov, Hargo, supposed to say, if Ruben is running after Shem to kill him, and I see that I can injure Ruben, right? I can injure Ruben in a way that ultimately, again, will allow Shem to escape. It doesn't require me to take Ruben's life, then that is my obligation. And what happens if the event, we'll say, what happens if at the end of the day, I choose not to injure Ruben? Instead, what? I kill him, then Neharaga was that I am chayiv. In other words, the idea now, obviously, this is where everything lines up, where it's clear that if I injure it, that alone from the nice again will neutralize the threat. If I know I can't injure him, and I have the ability to control, I can knock it, I'm going to get to the that can change, but instead I am liable to it. If Sid is the Russian guy. It wasn't the year. We had two men who were fighting. They know if one of them bumps into or tramples upon a pregnant woman, and then as a result, she miscarries. So there's ability. Right, verse between that's right. I'm gonna have a lot of the mitzvah says Sheba Nisak. There is a situation. Ultimately, again, was there was someone could have been killed in order to stop them from coming unfixed. In a song yet, there are such a nefesh as nefesh. Because most of the there's a tragedy, you will pay one life for the life. What the mother says over here is that this situation, as much as it's two people fighting with each other, at the end of the day, there is the capacity ultimately again to kill someone. If you pass capacity for someone to be killed, and therefore, what does the pasuk say? The pasuk says, "Nevertheless, I'm going to run up, but no, yes." I know she understands. So this is having the words for yes, which means don't kill him if you don't need to kill him. Instead, just injure him, neutralize the threat. Although yes, right? No need to take the killer's life if it's not necessary. There was no need to take the pursuer's life if it's not necessary. Rather, I know she understands. Was a creating my dash means over here. I know she understands. If you could have neutralized the threat by simply injuring him, but instead what? Choose to kill him. You, now the killer of the pursuer, will be chayiv. So if you tell me the halacha is that when you could save the victim by injuring the pursuer, and you don't do so, the halacha is again you are chayiv for that. The Gemara has the mishkachos law the ya'anish. So now it was still what the Pasuk talking about, where it says that I can be punished. Go, what the case where I. First, remember, who am I? I'm the person who's stepping in to try to save the victim. When is there a case where I, the good Samaritan, stepping in to try to save the victim? When would there be a situation where I would be chayiv? Keep going. Where there would be a case where I could save the victim by injuring the pursuer in one of his wounds, and they don't do so. If instead I kill him, the Torah is telling us what? Because I don't do that. I would be on Yachal Ochi Yachal Abarat Nami Kachi Benashla. So if you tell me that even if at the end of the day and could have saved the victim by injuring the pursuer in one of his limbs. But instead, you're going to tell me that in that case, you're going to be tougher. Hey, you must stop this. They punish, and it wasn't what's the passage when it says that sometimes actively punished for taking the life of which the Gemara says, Girma, shiny hustle, shiny hustle, the least that the question was there. So maybe this case is different because there's no way to this unique process. We're actually two individuals so again, so it could be that this human is killing one person, and in the course of this tussle, he's bumping into the person and causing them to miscarry. So it could be that there's a big release towards one person, or that Ruben was ready to go swimming. The pregnant woman was the unintended victim of this situation. Therefore, again, it could be that Ruben is going to be hired himself to Shimon, but ultimately, again, he would be hired home for the woman. Going back to this, the woman is really trying to figure out is in case where someone else is attacking someone in a way that they can hired himself, would it also be hired mother? You want to try to bring this as a raya, but then you might maybe not the difference is that the liability goes in two different directions, in two different people, to which the Gemara said, Roshna. You can't make a decision because we don't look ultimately at where the liability goes. Now, what do we look at? Who the person is liable to. So, obviously, Lodu Shara with Akakadelo, so listen to this. Reuben was running after Shem. Now, presumably to kill him. Now, what happened? The Sheba Esakim. While the Reuben is running after the Nirga, so while the pursuer is running after the victim, the pursuer ends up breaking utensils. What's the Shaila? It was Reuben trying to bring each of those utensils. To which the Gemara says, Pain shall Nirga, pain shall come on the father. No. Also, that's very interesting. It's as the Reuben is running after the Nirga, Reuben is running after Shimon to kill him. And Reuben transfers those utensils. Whoever those utensils belong to, right? Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be covered. Why? My timer, this Chayiv in that. Say why is that? That is because Reuben is Chayiv. We'll say why is Reuben Chayiv? But Reuben is actually running after Shimon to kill him. Reuben is a Reuben. So because Reuben is a Reuben, he's Chayiv. That's Chayiv. So then what? And what? He's going to be putter on the kalim that he brings. He's going to be putter the joke in Mammon when he's into Misa. However, on the other hand, the years of Sheshibra as I do this, let's say the person being pursued, the Shimon, is running away from Reuben, and he breaks utensils to show his putter. If he breaks utensils, ultimately, the girls are going to be putter, Adam Chayus, and he breaks utensils on other people, but ultimately he will be Chayus. So he wants to show Reuben putter. Why is it ultimately again that he's Chayus for breaking the utensils of the Reuben? Excuse me, putter for breaking the utensils of the Reuben. So Mamono, Khabib Allah Mizisa. So I say ultimately again, the Reuben's money shouldn't be any more important thing than his body. Whereas by running after Shimon, ultimately again, he's putting himself in harm's way. Because not anyone has the right to kill him. Says Mammon cannot be more common than his gift. So therefore, again, the same way that everyone has the license to go and take his life in order to save Shimon, so too again, when the near pulls his cannon, he's going to be caught up in that as well. However, and shall call other Chayiv, I wasn't, can you imagine this case? Since Reuben's running after Shimon, Shimon's running away from Reuben. Shimon, while he's running, he breaks maybe utensils. But the Gemara saying over here is that Shimon is going to be Chayiv. He's going to be Chayiv. Why? Because we'll say ultimately again is actually very important. You can't save through your friend's money. You can't save yourself friend's money, but what? You have to pay. So let's say if Shimon is running away from Reuben and he accidentally breaks potentially, he starts throwing ladies' healers. Right? After he starts running after it. So ultimately again he's seeing himself in someone else's money. He has to pay that. So listen to this. Right,
Yo, what up, baby? What's good, son?
I see Reuben running after shit.
Hilly.
I start running after Reuben.
Hello. Hey, big man. Hey, did you download the Grok app?
And of course, of me. running after me.
Yeah, I think something on
I know, I saw it, and then I said down.
Yes, I try and download the app, but my phone is not installing it.
Okay, why isn't your phone installing it?
My phone is outdated. I use iPhone 7, so I have to upgrade my iOS 18.
Okay, so update your phone to iOS 18.
Yes, and it is outdated. I'll have to change my iPhone.
Okay.
Can you recommend any other AI?
Yeah. But it probably Sora, Sora, but it's a pain in the ass if you have an outdated iPhone.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, yeah. Download Sora if you can. You may have to change your location, so that you can find it on the App Store. So change it to the States, okay?
Okay, I wanted to tell you I've gotten Phantom Wallet.
Yeah, that's good. And then make sure you write down. Make sure you the write down the seed phrase exactly. Store it somewhere safe, and don't ever anybody. And also, back up your phone while you have a chance.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. When you're done, come back to me and we'll go through it. Okay? Cool, my man.
Whoever's utensils, I go ahead and I break. I'm going to be part of. Why is that? I was saying. The truth is, that's not really the technical letter of the law. Shim ata omer came, nimsa in lecha adam shematzu as chaveru miyad harod. So if you're going, it's a very interesting statement. The Gemara says it has to be that way. Why? Because I will say, if I know that by acting as a good Samaritan, there's going to be financial liability. Like I tell me again, I see we've been running after Shimon. And therefore, again, I want to step in. I want to go in and prevent them from harming Shimon. And I have to figure out, you know what? I have to run through this one's yard and that one's yard, and it was just here, it was just there. And then it's going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save Shimon. What do I say to myself? I don't like Shimon that much. You know, he's a nice guy, but I don't have the money for that. Therefore, this is like one of these tikkun olam ideas. Once you know, you see a similar concept. You see it, or not, at least in halacha. I think contemporary malpractice might be a little bit different. But halacha shields doctors. Halacha says that if a doctor comes to a scene and a doctor goes in and helps someone, the doctor cannot be found liable for any type of damages that he does. It is gross negligence. And I say it's not just negligence, it's gross negligence. Then Allah again, so some liability. In the absent process, even if there are mistakes, the doctor is covered by halacha. We'll say the same logic. The reason for that is because otherwise people won't want help. Halacha understands that the only way people will help is if there is protection from legal recourse. But if every single time I step in to help someone could sue me, or there's damages, then the halacha understands people aren't. Avo. Harode Bachara Behemo. So remember again, we learned somebody's running after an animal to go ahead and commit an act of bestiality. We don't kill the individual. Tanya Rashbi Omer, how we have all this go up in Plateau. Shemai Chai says it's not true. If we see someone about to worship idolatry, we kill them to save them from violating that Avera. Omer. So what's the Kavah? Uma Pagam had your meat to live in Afshel. If I can kill someone for preventing him from violating an act of rasa, which is what we call the pagam hedyon. We say pagam hedyon, hurting an ordinary individual, going to hurt HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right, by worshiping Avodah Zarah. Allah has come that I have the right to step and kill him. I, the Ibunshin Minadis, we have the ability to go ahead and kill someone based on a Kabbalah. Hasabra, yes, I will say this, something holds that you can't punish, you can't administer a bunch based on a Kabbalah. Tanya, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon Omer. Elazar Shimon says, "I'm a chalas Shabbos Divat to live in Afshel." This is actually pretty wild. Elazar Shimon says, if I see someone about to machal Shabbos, I can kill them to prevent them from doing so. We'll say, remember again, by killing them to prevent them from doing so. At the end of the day, that's a chus for them, right? I'm preventing them from violating an incredible avera. I'm sorry. So we're going to talk about that. So Savar La Ka'avua. So say he holds like his father. The Amar Onshin Min Hadin, who says it will say that you can derive punishments, even capital punishments, from a Kavachomer. The Asya Shabbos, Chilu Chilu Me'avolos Kochavim. That was to make a Tzir Shabbat Chilu Chilu between Shabbos and Avolos Kochavim, just like we just said, that you can kill someone to prevent them from worshiping idolatry. You can also kill someone from preventing them from being a Machal Shabbos. I'm going to be up on the Shur B'Shemi Yod Tzadok. Nimnu v'gamru ba'ali has based in this Tzadok. So we'll say they came to a conclusion about this in Lud. This is a very important sugya. Kalavero Shabbatorah. Im omrim la'adam avor ba'al tiharei ya'avor ba'al yiharei. We'll say they threaten a person and they say to a person with any avera in the Torah, either commit this avera or we'll kill you. We'll say you commit the avera. You commit the avera. Chutz ve'avodas kochavim. Those are the three exceptions, the three cardinal averos. If somebody tells me Chas v'Shalom to worship idolatry or engage in immorality or engage in an act of bloodshed, then what's the halacha? The halacha is I have to sooner give my life than to violate. So the Gemara says that is that true that you have to give your life rather than worship idolatry? But I knew we learned how do we know that if they threaten the person and told him either worship idolatry or we'll kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? So the pasuk says, the pasuk says that you shall live through them. Moshe wants us to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship idolatry to save your life. So you might just 1 second. You might have thought said that this is even true in public. Or let's say somebody tells me to worship idolatry in public, but they're going to kill me. I would have thought that everyone tells that therefore, also the pasuk says, Moshe says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So we'll say at the end of the day, even so we'll say we don't pass in this way. You pass in that Avodah Zarah is one of the three cardinal averos for which you have to give your life. Right? And every person now again, the scope of that when that is considered Avodah Zarah, so that there's a lot of halachic that are not topic for today. This other opinion, even idolatry you can worship rather than give your life also has limitations. For example, if this idolatry is going to happen in public, then it is not just Avodah Zarah. Then it's still Hashem. Desecration of God's name. And there's a desecration of God's name, you certainly have to give your life worship. So the Gemara is say beautiful Gemara. You have to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu, your heart, all of your soul, and both Chol It was like for our purposes right now, that means with all of your means, all of your means, all of your money. In you told me that I have to love God with all of my life, which presumably means that I have to stand ready to even give up my life for God. So if Torah already told me that, then why does it have to say with all of my money? To which the Gemara says, we'll say, so some people, life is more important than me. So therefore, you have to love me with all of your heart. Which means that even if you have to give your life for me, you have to stand ready to do so. There are some other people whose money is more important to them than their life, and therefore again the Torah says ultimately again with all of their money. So we'll say you see from here, the point of bringing down this thing, besides the fact that it's beautiful, is that from Ba'atas Hashem Lakecha, we also learn that love of God means, Rashi says, that you may not switch HaKadosh Baruch Hu with any other deity. So from here we would also see that Avodah Zarah and Yehorik Bal Yavah. So just an interesting machlokas, where everybody seems to agree on Gilai Rayash and Shlichus Damim, the machlokas about Avodah Zarah. So now it goes back to Gilai Rayash and Shlichus Damim, Kid Rebbe. So we'll say, where do we learn that Gilai Rayash and Shlichus Damim? We learn from Rebbe Kid Desanya, Rebbe Omer, Ki Kasher Yakum Ishara Ilbarat Schol Nefesh. We'll say the pasuk says, just like man will rise up against another one and murder him. So the pasuk says, right, and you murder him. So the Gemara says, Cain had davrazeh. So we'll say, what are we learning after this case of the murderer? We'll say it turns out that this came to teach us something, but we end up with again learning something. So we're going to compare Rotzeach Lenara Murasa. Ma Nara Murasa Nifatsu Benafsha. Was it just like we know that in order to save Nara Murasa from being violated, you can kill the offender, right? You can kill the perpetrator. So therefore, again, Rotzeach Nifatsu Benafsha. Was it so to Rotzeach? You can go ahead and you can kill him in order to prevent him from going ahead and committing the act. Umakish Nara Muras. The boss I learned out now, compare Nara Muras to Rotzeach also. Marotzeach Yarik Vayavor. It will say just as an act of murder is Yarik Vayavor. Somebody tells the Chas Shalom, either kill Ruvain or I'll kill you. I have to sooner give my life and take the life of another. Therefore, say, so too what? So too, if a woman is going to be violent, a man is forced to violate Nara Murasa, which of course is an act of adultery. I have to sooner give my life than commit that act. First, 1 second. You just made a statement that murder is Yahari Galyabo. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that from? That I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. So Gemara says, Svarahu. It's actually, this is amazing. It's actually a svara. What's the svara? Tahuda asla kamei Rav Amalei. Are we married Doroi? So there was a man who came before Rabba, and he said to Rabba, married Doroi. What's it? The local governor said to me, Zil Katlina Planya, below Katlina Lacha, below Katlina Lacha. The governor said to me, he said to me, go Reuben. If you don't kill Reuben, I'm going to kill you. What did Rabba say to this man? Amalach below Sikto. You have to let yourself be killed, and that's Chas Shalom kills. Me Yemar did Dama Didak Sumak Tvei. Dilma Dama Dahu Gabra Sumak. Who says that your blood is redder? Maybe the other guy's blood is red. So we'll say Rabbi says essentially, it's Svara. What license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? Lo Shanu, Ela Shlo B'Shas Gziar Zamalchus. We'll say when do we say that in general? We'll say, so Gemara made a statement before. The statement was that in general, if somebody tells you violate a particular avera or I'm going to kill you, then what's that law? You violate. You violate. Okay, there are three exceptions, but that's the general. That's the general rule. That's the general rule. So we'll say, so where do I know? Where do I know that in general? So again, the Gemara says, Gemara says, let's analyze this. Where do we know that in general, it tells you to violate an avera, you do so, and it's what we call Ya'avor Va'al Yeharik. Elish, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. So Rabdini says, Rabdini, who subscribes to this idea, that in general, by all the other averos, we say Ya'avor Va'al Yeharik. How do I know that there are exceptions to that rule? Lo Shanu Elish Lo B'Shas Gzeras Malchus. About B'Shas Gzeras Malchus, Afilu Mitzvah Kala Yeharik Va'yavor. But we'll say, when is that true? That is true when there's not a Gzeras Malchus. So we'll say, when the Gentile government is actively launching a campaign to undermine Yiddishkeit, so then we'll say, called Shas Gzeras Malchus. At a time like that, I give my life, even for a mitzvah. In other words, when it's clear that there's a coordinated attack against my religion, and these things are unfolding right on a governmental level, I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvahs. So the Gemara says, Ki asa Rabbi Yochanan Filush Lo B'Shas Gzeras Malchus. Furthermore, again, I will say another qualification. Rabbi Yochanan says, when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor Ve'al Yehareg by mitzvos, so we'll say that's only true where you're violating these averos in private. About the Barhesi, we'll say to violate a quote unquote small avera, even at a time where there's not governmental pushing, is going to be the mitzvah kali yavayama. We'll say from being forced to violate in public, even if it's not a time of Gzeras Malchus, and even if it's a time, and even if it's just an avera kalo, mitzvah kalo, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yeharei va'ayama. Listen, by the way, my mitzvah kala, because Mark keeps using this term of a mitzvah kala. What's a mitzvah kala? Amarav Arbari Rav Yitzchak Amarav Ilu L'Shamini Arkusad L'Masana. Even if the opening Kochachim are getting to try to change my shoes. So say, what does that mean? So let's say again, Gentiles wear one kind of shoes, Jews wear a different kind of shoes. So again, that's a mitzvah. How long the normal circumstance is Gentile comes up to me and says, Jerry just realized I'm going to kill you. I say, okay, yeah, I'll switch my ways. I will say, so again, we're saying over here is the following. If it's clear this is part of a systematic approach to undermine Yiddishkeit, then I have to give my life to it. I can't participate in anything that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddishkeit. And number two, if the Gentile is going to make a public display of his look, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace to yield to the Gentile. It wasn't this physical part. Even though again this is the Kalo, the Gemara suggesting ultimately again that I have to give my life. Now, obviously, in the Parhesia piece, and also in the systematic piece, you become elements of Kalo.
I'm not seeing
Parhesia, he says, by the way, how much is public? Okay, what's the definition of Parhesia? What's the definition of public? So, Yaakov Yom, in Parhesia, the Kushner, I would say, so Parhesia is 10 people. She's like everybody. And I would say, this goes against, by the way, every single piece of instruction you receive before any school day. Right? So I'll say, so right, if you went to any right self-respect, so what happens before you went to any speech? Like, don't make it go out, right? Don't make it go out, right? Because you see you're going out amongst other people. So just understand, the point was taken, but I think we that on a technical level, not a big fight. So we see over here that if the Gentile can go ahead and get me to change something like this, even if it's not this Parhesia means in front of 10 other Jews. She, the Israeli money that they said, the Dash gave herself to me. It was in the process, I will be saying from this from the Jewish people. Right, so sorry. Actually, what they were going to see is a shock. This podcast by itself doesn't help me. It's just this podcast has the mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem, and by extension, the mitzvah of Torah Hashem. We're going to make the drush of Tov in just a little bit. What happens if you have 9 Jews, 1 non-Jew? Did that form the proper quorum for Torah Hashem purposes? Tashma is kind of that I told you here, but I'm wrong. Asya Tov Tov. What's the name of Zirshah Tov Tov? Sit Haka, Finik Tashi, so it says over here, I'll be sanctifying them into the Jewish people. Sit Hasam, Ibadum Tov Ha'ida Hazos. So both sides. Says by Korah, says Kashman says the Moshe Rabbeinu separate yourself from this ego. Right? So Zirshah Tov Tov. Malahalon Asara Vakuli Yisrael was that just like that again, I just say one interesting thing. There's one more piece of Zirshah, you remember that elsewhere. You remember the next second part is Zirshah of Ida from Korach to the Meraglim. And just like by the Meraglim, Ida represents 10, so too again, Ida represents 10. And so you have a twofold, it's so Ida. Malahalon Asara Vakuli Yisrael. Just like over there, it was 10. And they were all Jews. Afkan Asar Yisrael. Therefore, we'll say by the Dashti B'Sor B'nai Yisrael, it was also what 10, and they were all Jews. So we'll say so again, and that indeed is halakha. Just you should. Well, I don't want to take halakha yet because it's not what to do. But again, even if you hold that you have to give up your life for a mitzvah kala, that you're being forced to go ahead and perform or to violate Bid Parhesia. Parhesia means 10 Jews. So the Gemara will say this is such an incredible. So you know how Esther. But how was Esther Hamalka permitted to go ahead and live with Achashverosh? Wasn't this not a public display of arayos? Remember again, everyone knew why a woman was taken to the palace, and everyone knew what was happening between Esther and Achashverosh when she was his wife. Is that not arayos? Is that not ultimately again immorality? And Esther, essentially, the Gemara saying over here is, why didn't Esther give her life? Why didn't Esther give her life? To which the Gemara said, and by the way, this sugya never has such incredible halakha nice applications throughout the year. There's a couple of process here which we're not going to get to. For one, Esther was passive in the act of relations. Now, what does that mean? So this isn't incredibly simple. The Bible saying is the following. When do we say Erik Baal Yavor? Who's the Erik Baal Yavor? But by giving up your life, you will not have to that. So if someone comes over and says, kill me, I'm going to kill you. I say no. So I say, so what's like by saying no and refusing, then what? That prevents the act from materializing. At the end of the day, the act is not going forward. If I look for the myself, the act is going to happen anyway, then I'm not, as long as I'm not active in the act, I am not trying to give my life. He says is that never, if somebody threatens people around, she can say or she wants. So because he can violate her, therefore what? I told myself, I mean, she was passing yet. The writers is in the Megillah. Remember again the most dramatic part of the Megillah, when Mordechai says to Esther what? You have to go to the king. You have to go to the king. And what does Esther say? You didn't feel it. Oh, what does this mean? So Pasha Pshat, she's saying, I wasn't invited to the king. I'm going to go ahead and potentially be killed. The Gemara says, remember again, it's my focus on the nature of the relationship between Esther. So some say Esther was Mordecai's wife. This whole time there's the possibility of reunification because she's Sarkola. She's essentially again being violated. Therefore, going to start riots. So she says, my dear husband, I'll keep this the same problem so that you understand that if I initiate contact now with him, this becomes a riot. And once it becomes a riot, I become usher to you through this act of adultery, which by the way is a different discussion. Esther Amalek is a paradigmatic example of an outdated which again, don't try this at home. Don't try this at home. But again, there is a concept like this of an Avera Lishma, specifically in situations ultimately again of Hatzalah for Klal Yisrael. We see it by Esther Amalek. We saw it again by the Hakshashana, by Yael and Sisra. We see this concept. So the Gemara says over here, why wasn't Esther Mithyavet to give up her life for the act of Arayos? Because she had a goal. Rava says, Hanoas Atzman Shain. So this is actually amazing. Rava says, it's also different. When do we say that they have to give up their lives ultimately against these ideas? When there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing me to do these things to try to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion. Going is not really a religious battle. There's just desires at play. Then what? Then I'm not free to give up my life. So Rabbi suggests over here, Achashverosh's intention with Esther Amalka was not to go ahead and get her to violate the duty. Because again, he doesn't even know who she is. So let me say again, what's at play over here? Desires are at play. When there's not, when forcing me to commit an Avera is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then Lamaisik and Rabbi suggests one is not motivated to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, Rabbi gives examples. You don't came up because you don't hold this way. The also Sahar actually points out that the Persians used to have a yamtiv in their Bate Kinesios, where what? They would go home to home collecting lamps like lanterns, and you'd have to donate a lantern that they were placed in the house of Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how are the Jews permitted to participate in that collection? Aren't they contributing to Avodah Zarah? To which the Gemara says, here's the thing, the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lantern. They wanted the lamp, meaning they didn't want to have to spend all of the money on providing all of the lamps. They figured just get it from the Jews, but there was no conscious effort of getting the Jews to convert. They're going to give a help, and I'm not happy. Well, I'll talk about this. This will stop. If an Gentiles to a Jew, cut down this asbestos. We'll say asbestos as a plant. Cut down on Shabbos, and these animals. So it's like, so obviously that. So the Gentiles telling me, if I don't cut down the plant, which isn't considered the alright, so on this, he's going to kill me. They're telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what's down the site? Be low control. If you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm going to kill you, right? So what's the site? I'm sorry. Lick the leg. Ultimately again, cut it down, right? Cut it. And don't allow yourself to be killed, right? Do this for just a moment. Shugging the narrow, but let's say the Gentile tells you what? Cut down the asbestos, throw it into the river. Then what? Lick the lake below lickdom. ultimately, in that case, I have to allow myself to be killed and not click on the S button. It's like, what you're seeing is two cases. In my time of, La Gura and Los Ekon. Also, what's the feeling? You see, when the Gentiles come, he's click on to his animal, what's his motivation? Right? Or his animal. He doesn't want to work. So he has to have a Jew at his disposal. He'll take it back to the Jew eyes by Shabbos. The Gentile doesn't care so much about that. But it's clear that he's utilizing it in a way that benefits him. He tells me to go and cut down the Aspas River, that his intention is what? His intention is to get me to violate the tenets of my faith. Oh, that you want to do? That I can't stop. So says, therefore, again, we begin to see over here. So I'm going to stop over here. But I will say what we begin to see over here is the following. Number one, three Aver 30 Hari Bal Yabor. We have my focus about Abol Sarah. Is normally mitzvahs kalos you can violate in order to give your life. You see exceptions to that if it's Farhesia, or if it's clear that the intention is to get the Jew to violate the other state. We now begin to see major exceptions that even with the Gimel Chamuras, it will say if either, like in a Kaka Tosus points out that Kaka only works for him, Kaka does not work for a man. But at least by Arayos, when it comes to a woman, could potentially for life by being passive in the act of Arayos. And Hanas Atzman, if it's clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make me violate the tenets of my faith, but instead it is only benefit, then Allah Khamaisi would appear that in those cases, we would not say Yari Gaya. Here, we pick up with
BC did it. Who else? Like, it'd be so funny that like people that you'd never suspect, like GSP is in on it. I did the whole thing. It's very funny. He's in Canada smoking a cigar or some shit.
So there was one additional article that I wanted to add in. The Gemara on the Aleph, and I spoke about the idea about
Question from the chat here. What would be a good name for the biopic?
So in the Gemara's context, was, and if I see that my friend is missing something, I have to return it to Hashavas Haveda. Gemara is interesting because I see that my friend is in danger of losing his self, i.e., he's in mortal danger. I can have a usually try to return it, try to do something. And the quickly I love this system. It says, in general, in life, everyone is missing. They say, it's many different functions and their deficiencies. Each and every one of us is deficient. Each and every one of us is missing something. And what is the avoda of Vashivosa? I have to look out and try to figure out what it means and what can I do for you. And you have to try to figure out what am I missing and what can you do for me. The Rebbe makes a beautiful observation. It says, we try to place all of the brachos in the plural. Like, Pokeach gives, shouldn't give sex to Bangumi. Gives talking to God. Everything is phrased in the plural. There's one bracha that says the same. Sha'asali called Sarki. Thank you, Hashem, for giving me all of my needs. And the Rebbe says, so beautiful. When it comes to my own life, I have to say, Hashem, I have everything. I have everything I possibly need for in order to be successful. Again, doesn't mean I have everything, but I have everything I need in order to be successful. Look at my life. Look at the other. I know it's in some. So the shaila is, what can I do to be malad this son? What can I do to kind of fill the void of the deficiency of? What can I do to be there for you? What can I do to give for you? I have everything I need for my response. And I know that everyone around me is deficient. What it means to be a yid, what it means to be part of Am Yisrael, what it means to be part of community, is to be constantly aware and cognizant that everyone around me is missing something. And my safety, my safety opportunity in life. So try to figure out what you are missing and figure out how I can return it. How can I do this? How can I do it? The Hashivos, I know that all of my people around me are all missing. I have everything. And if I can figure out how to do this, how to back to the other what they're missing, how to help those around me to fill their void. That is the greatest opportunity. The greatest experience. Carol, you never get there of Shabbos. I'm not cheering for it to end disasters. running. I'm sorry that I can't be there with you. I'm sure incredible satisfaction to continue on doing the practice. I am doing seven. Up on island base and base 7 to be running from Mercy. Kata hello, base in Latina. Kata, Mario is running after someone from I'm looking at that to the Kata from one influence on else. Low day payments are Castro. The logical be here, so you're full of logic. If a cut on the money doesn't make Castro, because obviously that's a warning. Gas, right? Shotgun doesn't attack, which are allowed to go ahead and kill the cut and run into someone else. Indeed, stuff that are rotate in general. Rotate doesn't need Hasra. Lotion or double lotion or cotton, whether the rotate is when the rotate is go for a minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, the perpetrator, right, that the attempt to murder does not have the obligation to kill him with a piece of the now let's say again, this is you're not allowed to kill the baby in order to go ahead and see why should you at that point to say that the mother's wife is more likely than the baby's wife? That might go why, right? So the baby is loaded. Again, obviously not a premeditated mistake, but the babies are loaded. The babies have to be putting the mother's life. Which is why it says, Shane Hassam, the missionary of Paradise. Different over here. Why? Because the mindset, again, this is not a premeditated act. Like at the end of the day, this is coming from a Kodesh Baruch. So because again, it's not quite obviously can't hold the baby. Local for business and change out and looking for fire funnel. This is why Kodesh Baruch. So name is saying, let's say let's bring support for road age shall be a road so if Ruben was running after Shimon to kill Shimon, Omer Lo Yisik to Ruben, Shimon Yisrael. What are you doing? What are you running after Shimon? Shimon is another Jew. Remember Bruce, that Torah Omer Shofet Dama Adam Ba'adam Dawai Shabbat. And the Torah says that ultimately if someone's trying to kill someone else, they're allowed to kill the attempted killer. So again, what we hear is interestingly enough is under normal circumstances when you have to give hasra. So there's the warning church, and then there's like a verbal response on the part of the perpetrator. Here you go, I'm doing it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't record any need for a verbal response. It seems to indicate that a low date does not give hasra, does not give any kind of warning. Which the Gemara says, no, I think that that's what you do. That's a different opinion. That's what we would say. Besides, we do the Omer, cover in charge hasra. Generally, someone who is well versed in the Chacham doesn't require hasra. Why not? By the way, someone who you know has engaged information doesn't require hasra. Why? Shinobritna hasra, I will have to show you the music. Because hasra in general, to see if someone knows the difference, to distinguish between someone who's an accidental perpetrator versus intentional. When it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder, there's no hasra that's going to be necessary. Tashma, road age, if someone bites someone and has to show them to kill them, Omer Lo Reishi Yisrael, then Brislu. Torah Omer Shobek Tama Adam Adam Dama Yishama. So he says, look, what are you doing? She was here. Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the covenant. And Torah says that if you try to kill someone, you'll have to kill them attempted murder. Which the Gemara says, in Omer Yordean Yishu came Potter. Like Nas and Osekim Chayiv. So interestingly enough, if Halot Lamaisa, the perpetrator Ruben says, I'm going to do it anyway, so you can retire. So Lamaisa, again, that shows that a road doesn't need hasra. So let's say, so we're in this interesting kind of mindset where, so does a person who's attempting to kill someone else, would he need for hasra in that situation, or not? Which we might say, no, that's a different case. But see if they try to check every dinata, the Lamatzi Asir. That case is different. That case is talking about a situation where, let's say, we're on one side of the river, on the other side of the river, we see Ruben trying to kill Shimon. There's absolutely no way for us to prevent that from happening. Right? So what request we have? We're going to see the Dina. So we'll have the opportunity. If Ruben unfortunately successful kill Shimon, we'll be able to bring Ruben to Beis. Since it's going to have to bring to Beis, the Dina boy has Based on obviously, so Judas means anything in based in, everyone is going to be a new for us. By something else, I said what it is. Or if you know, I'm going to become the Master so Zoe has to us. Or if you say, we go back to the Joe Funo, there are also ways, so I follow the opinion that Master Russell, Zoe has to tell you and yesterday's life. Yeah, if somebody's tunneling to break into someone's house, that's you don't need anything. You understand exactly what you're doing. You understand that the household is, he's going to fight to preserve his property. And if you're still telling him that means you're ready to go in. You're ready to go in, because that's how life is ready to go. You don't need for us. So bottom line, how many times it's actually quite interesting. So just to show you the genesis of this, right? This discussion began with, let's say there's a Khatan, right? The Khatan is running after the killing. So Rafu said that halacha means you kill the Khatan. In fact, if you kill Khatan, what does that show? That a rogate doesn't need hasa. And when someone's about to kill someone else, we're allowed to kill them even without giving them formal warning. You might have takes the second opinion of what that says that a rogate doesn't need hasa. How do we pass it? It's very interesting. So the Rambam passes in Hilchos Tzeach, Parak Aleph Halacha Zerim. Rambam makes his thoughts about Alodif after Saver Lahardo. Afilu Maya Alodif Khatan Hari Yisrael Mitzvah Lahatzla Nidach Yeruchel Shoshon. The Rambam says like this: Halacha means if you see someone pursuing someone to kill them, the halacha is you have to step in and you have to save the pursued party. You have to kill the attempted killer. And interestingly enough, the Rambam makes no mention of Hasra, which then leads the Kesef Mishnah to say, Hasadar, Odich in Sarah Hasra, Lotion Rodol, Lotion of the Kesef Mishnah says, you see from the Rambam holds that a Rodich is not Hasra. Whether the Rodich is Rodol, whether it's Khatan, no Hasra is necessary. Incredible. I go say, I am Gimel 73 agents. The aliens, let's see, also the natural. So these are the people, if they're about commit this crime, particular crime that's still in the regular crimes, you're allowed to prevent the commission of the crime by killing the perpetrator or the attempted perpetrator. What are they? So the number one, okay, so case number one is Reuben's pursuing Shimon. Reuben's pursuing Shimon. You're allowed to kill Reuben or to prevent him from killing Shimon. Next, well, let's say Reuben's running after Shimon to perform an act of sodomy on Shimon. So ultimately, you're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent that from occurring as well. So let's say Reuben is running after it, attempting to violate. So again, you're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent him from doing that. Interesting enough, let's say Reuben is running after an animal because he wants to actually bestiality. So again, obviously it's wrong to feed Esau, but because there's not another human being being impacted. Okay, so the animal's going to be impacted. So that's what's between Baruch and Reuben. We don't get involved. We're not going to kill Reuben and prevent him from committing an act of bestiality. Or the Chalas, the Shabbos, the Ovid, the Ovid about the Shalom, see it again. If you see that Reuben is about to know Chal Shabbos. So again, that's also feeding Esau, but there's not another impacted party. Human being that's impacted by that, to Reuben, to prevent him from being Chal Shabbos, or for that matter, to prevent him from worshiping Avodas. Incredible. Says the Gemara. By the way, we've been talking about this concept, but where do you know this? How do I know that if Reuben is running after Shimon to kill Shimon, that I'm allowed to kill Reuben before he does anything to Shimon? Where do I know that? The Pasuk says, literally, do not stand on your friend's blood. So in other words, stand over your eyes, see that Pasuk from the Israel Christian. Don't sit idly by while Shimon is going to go ahead and murder. But rather, again, go ahead and take action and prevent Reuben from killing Shimon. What's that? That's not what that pasuk is. Allah, that pasuk is needed for something else. I need to design it. I need that pasuk for something else. What do I need it for? How do I know that if I see my friend, if I see another Jew, he's drowning in the water, or an animal is drowning him away, or listening by a lover is being attacked by robbers, I don't have the right to stand idly by. I have to jump in and try to help. Now, happens to me, this is a fascinating discussion about what level of danger I am obligated to put myself in order to save someone else. Let's say I see you being drowning, but I'm not a strong swimmer. Or I see you being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapon or anything. So there's much to talk about here, but the idea that the Gemara is trying to espouse over here is, if you see someone in mortal danger, you can't just simply say not to happen. You have to jump in. The Gemara says, so again, so you just use that possible telling them to teach us that if I see right, Shimon being pursued by Reuben, that I'm allowed to go and kill Reuben to prevent him from Shimon. It's not what the Pasuk teaches me. The Pasuk teaches me that if I see my son in mortal danger, I can't stand by to die. I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help him. Right? So which one is the perfect use for? Which one is you're right. The Pasuk of Losam Ladame Echal really means that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand by to die. I have to go ahead and I have to step in. And I have to try to save this. Drowning, I have to try to get it. Being attacked by an animal, by robbers, I have to try to help him. The Ella Yutam Atil Ben Action. So where do I know that if Reuben is pursuing Shimon, I'm allowed to kill Reuben in order to go and save Shimon? Where do I know that? Asik the Kapomer Nara Muras. You learn from the Kapomer from Nara Muras. What's the Kapomer? Ma Nara Muras Shimon Ella Hokma. So again, when the man is attacking Nara Muras, so the assumption over here is that it's not a threat to life. What he's doing over here is he's trying to fight it. Now, what happens to you is one of the point out that in halacha is view that a man tries to fight a woman. See that as the functions. The word can tell you in the abstract. When a man's coming to violate a woman, a lot of that intention is not to kill her. It's advantage. So the word is like this. But yet with all of that, even though again his intention, quote unquote, is to violate her, not to kill her, yet the Torah says we're allowed to kill the guy to prevent him from violating the Nara Muras. The Gemara says, so again, if a man is to violate the Nara Murasa, we're allowed to kill it to prevent him from violating her. So all the more so, the Gemara says, all the more so, and all the more so when I see Reuben running after Shimon to kill him, right? The Nara Murasa, so Reuben is running after the Nara Murasa to violate her. And yet, in that case, we're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent him from violating the Nara Murasa. All the more so if Reuben running after Shimon to kill Shimon, of course he's running to kill Reuben to prevent it from over. First thing once again, Shimon Adin, you can't come on to death on the basis of how that's not how it works. So the day saying mercy, the day that he comes. So in Yeshiva, Rabbi they said, oh, you're right, it's not like how it's a hackish. And once that hackish happens, for being a position within a process. That's the legitimate principle. So the Gemara says, Tana Hekeshu, Kikasha Yakum Ish Areu, Ras Hones. So remember, this is the pasuk of Na'ara Ras. He's talking about, again, this Halacha Lamaisa. Halacha the Na'ara is violent. So the halacha is mad and so because the Na'ara is mother, obviously the Na'ara didn't do anything. Right? So she's the victim. She's the victim. Therefore, Kikasher Yakum Ish Areu Uritzach or Nefesh Kina Davarazah. Na'ara Murasa is like a case where someone attempts to kill someone else. What does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says the so what exactly are we learning out from Roseach Na'ara Murasa? Which is right. See, it sounded like we're trying to learn out something from Nara Murasa. We're trying to learn out something from Rotseach to Nara Murasa. It turns out that no, we're learning out something from Nara Murasa and applying it to Rotseach. What are we applying? Listen to this. The rest of Makish Rotseach Nara Murasa. The pasuk comes from your hekesh, just a comparison to Nara Murasa and Rotseach. How so? Ma Nara Murasa, you're allowed to go ahead and kill the attempt by it. The attempt to make this, you're allowed to kill it. Prevent him from violating the Nara Murasa. So to Afotseach, ultimately, and so to Rotseach, you have to kill him, you're allowed to kill the attempted murder. So what's interesting enough, it turns out, the Torah says explicitly, right, as we're going to see, that halach on his side, if a man's trying to violate the Nara Murasa, you can kill him. And then the Torah juxtaposes Nara Murasa with Rotseach to teach us that just as you can kill the attempted violator by the Nara Murasa, so you can kill someone who's trying to kill another individual. Incredible. So much for Nara Murasa Noah, who from Noah, I know by Nara Murasa herself, which allowed to kill the man who's attempting to violate this. He decided to get a Shmuel. The time there is Shmuel, the aim of Moshiach law. Plus, when she's out the Nara, talks about that she's violated in the field. And she cried out, and there's no one there to save her. So the Gemara says, "Hayesh Moshiach law, the Chaldavar Shiach Allah Moshiach." What do you see here? That if there is someone there to save her, if there is someone to help her, he has the obligation to help her with whatever needs are, which includes even killing the man who's trying to violate her. Incredible. So Minayin the Roy, Kadir, Shukadeh, Binar, Ukai, Goro, so Maya Love, Shukai, Yotio, so said the Gemara, how do you know? How do I know if I see my friend drowning in the river? Or casting showman and a wild animal dragging him away? Or robbers are coming to take him, right, to attack him. How do I know Shukai is not right? I'll be able to step in. I'll be able to step in and try to help. I'm going to go Samo Kagame. Because it said, do not stand on your friend's watch. So this is tremendous idea about what deep heart comes. Deep heart comes is if you see someone in trouble, you have an obligation to act. If you see someone in distress, it's not just enough to go ahead. By the way, if you notice again, it doesn't say emergency, take out your thumb and happen. Of course, take out your thumb and happen. But in addition to that, roll up your sleeves and do something. Someone is in trouble, someone, it's not enough to scrap. It's not enough to feel sad. It's not even enough just to happen. Something that I could do physically that will ameliorate and somehow address the pain, difficulty, suffering of another. That is my sacred biblical obligation. Incredible. That's the achrayus that we have for one another. So we were 1 second. How can that go? We learn that from here. We have a different source. Whatever different positive say, I think that's good time. So say, how do I know? Now, how do I know that? Now, that's what Hashavas means, right? Literally means this. I find this an obligation to. How do I know that the person is in danger of losing his self? Literally, he's immortal. The wild animal, the robber, obligated to step in and try to help. So the must also. So the way it works is Vashivoso means you have to again return low. You have to return to him. And if his health is in danger of being lost, you have to do what you can in order to return him to him. So the Gemara says, I'm not Vashivoso. Give me a awesome. One second. So if you never. About Mitzvah, someone thought, okay, right. If it was just from Vashi, I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. But I'm not obligated to round up other people, or to hire people, or to spend resources to try to help them. And Mashmalon, because it comes along and says, so almost teaching me the obligation that if I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can in order to return their self to them, which is also profound on an emotional level as well. I see someone in a state of emotional stress, an obligation to do what I can to help return their self to them. And then again, teaches me that even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to round up cover. I have to do whatever I can in order to help the person in trouble. So again, whether I see Ruben running after Shimon's position, or I see Ruben after running after Shimon's son, or I see Ruben running after now Murasa the violation, the effort or I see Ruben going to go and let's say violate someone for whom there is a fear of necessity, death penalty, or Bachar Pieces, or I see Ruben after someone to violate them because of evils. What's that? Maximum also been option. This is to kill Ruben to prevent him from dying. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, on one of the coin goggles, Grusha the Chalutza coin note, in Maximum also been if a coin is went option is with Grusha or a right? I should say differently. If a coin goggle is going to go by and have relations with an Ramon, or a regular coin is relations with the Grusha the Chalutza. So remember again, these are prohibited, but it's prohibited by Allah. It's a prohibition. It's still also been option. I can't coin in order to prevent him going ahead and having relations with women, even though it is forbidden. So this is an interesting halacha. If, let's say, again, Ruben already committed the idea, as he already did, and now he wants to repeat it, so the halacha is you can't kill him. You can't kill him for that. Now we'll discuss exactly why that is. We'll have to see what that is. So this is interesting. If halacha, let's say by now Murasa, she's about to be violated, and there's a way to save her without killing Ruben. And of course, we have to take advantage of that. In other words, killing the perpetrator is only the last resort to prevent the commission of the crime. And if there is another way, there is another method to stop Ruben from violating the Fala Murasa or any of these other cases, or the Fala Murasa, and Allah is obligated to avail ourselves of that other method. He says, "Ask Omeres Nikulo Shalo Yehagen." Rabbi Yehuda is like, it's really about Baikar Marasa. Namar Rasa says, "I'm afraid that if he doesn't buy this, he's going to what happened in a case like that?" Well, I said, "So what do you do?" Yehuda says, if she said, Rasa says, let him do what he's going to do. I don't want to run the risk. And ultimately, Yehuda says, you listen to her. You listen to her. And the Gemara says, "No, I need to read with them." I'm a problem. My Na'ara starts to double. So it's interesting enough that the Gemara says, really is, how do we know all these aforementioned halachas? Third character is pasuk very the pasuk that was put in the Quran himself. The Gemara is to a number of different scenarios. The pasuk says, don't do anything to the Na'ara. The Na'ara has no culpability. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Na'ara is written in the pasuk. You read it without the head. So it can be read as Nar. That's Nar. That refers to the case that if he's running after Shimon Sodomites, so we could kill Ruvain in order to prevent him from doing that to Shimon. Nar refers to Nar Ras. This is reading about the Nar. So we're allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating it. Hate, what is hate refers to? It was headed precepts. See, reading about calculations with a person for whom there is a few of cars, you could kill him to prevent him from doing that. Right? Maves, right? Elu Hagim Misa Spacing. This refers again to relationships that have a few of Misa Spacing. The tool of it to prevent him from doing that.
Absolutely, I'd love it. Do you mind? Oh, big things. First and foremost, every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I'm well. How are you? Oh, big things. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman, real-life Big Brother. The timeline and the time capsule of an achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person, going to go viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream. No, I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I have a link in my pinned post if you want to take a look at my YouTube streams. Additionally, you can find my link tree there. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you can find a link to my Discord. I'm live 24 hours a day to help you with whatever you need. Most importantly, in addition to what I discussed, making you rich and helping to promote world peace and world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one thing that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations, Syria, for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, if you're a shiller, and you want a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for free, I'm here for you 24 hours a day. I want you to be more successful, be able to make more money. If you send me a follow, I'll follow you right back. If you send me a DM, I'll get right back to you. I'm as open as I can be. Most importantly, though, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want you to know that I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to share.
Facts. That's awesome. Like, and Robbie, I'm gonna check out I gotta say, I really appreciate you, for coming up here and just telling me what you got going on. It's really an honor, and I'm definitely gonna check out what you got going on. So I'm gonna be reaching out to you probably in the DM. I'm also in the Discord as well. So yeah, everyone, make sure you max engage with Robbie. Check out what he has going on. So that being said, my bro Mark was good. Bro, you can actually question my let's hear what you got going on. So Mark, actually this is our first space basically. Emily is my bro, so trying things out and seeing how things looks like. I've been hosting spaces. For stuff. Would like you to know, especially my cat, if I shoot or something. Yeah, bro, Mark was good, bro. Yo, George, my God, my man, you got GLs, shout out to the host as well. I'm not gonna lie, it does not be easy. Just have to keep grinding. Just here. So what you got going on? I think today Monday have been quite a slow day. I don't know, just me or like just kind of slow going down, keep pushing regardless. So actually I'm preparing for my evening tomorrow. So I don't know, I think you know about them. He actually integrated AI in their tech. They're trying to build their own blockchain, trying to bring in that. So I just want to know about giving up because I think I heard about what Rab is giving up, but I didn't follow along with what you're giving up. Okay, alright, if you look at my see building up syndicate work, but pay versus beyond the syndicate work is something we're actually giving on now. It will be like mobility oriented agency, stack agency, but more than just an agency, it will be like a platform where projects can be done and also connect with PCs. So it will be an ecosystem of its own, yeah. And how it actually came about is not just me, it's like it will be different communities, yeah. Currently, communities to be 5 different communities like in this Web3 space, so just coming together to build up something where the projects can build on and get access to VC and fund, and of course, different people within the community can always get chance at jobs and all those things. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing. Alright, that's thank you, bro. Matt, I mean, it's really an honor having you here. I gotta say thank you very, very, very much. Everyone, make sure you follow Matt. Make sure you say engage with him. Make sure you follow him. So, that being said, Ravi, I don't know if you still active. I actually have a question for you.
Absolutely. Hit me with it, Judge.
Alright. How long have you been in the Web3 space?
Since about 2015.
Wow. That's been a while. That's been a while. So, I don't know. Can you share with us the list of things you have actually used in the past the years of you being in the space?
Yeah, most certainly. So, by trade, I am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched Google Play with millions of downloads in major markets in the world, including Los Angeles. I've marketed for these everything from commercials on television. I've starred in commercials. I've signed major celebrities to exclusive partnerships to be spokespeople. I have designed billboards, both horizontal, vertical. I've managed marketing for companies using social media, certainly. I've written radio ads, radio jingles. So basically, every marketing space, if you can use it to advertise, I've done it in major markets. I additionally have had 6 contracts with Fortune 100 companies launching projects internationally. So everywhere from Oceania, Asia, Pacific, Europe, Middle East, Africa, Latin America, North America for major corporations. And specifically in Web3 cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. It's one of the OG meme coins. It has a very long name. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. One thing that we do, as I mentioned earlier, we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. So we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars bringing water to people in rural areas of Africa, specifically Nigeria. And I'd like to promote those types of projects globally as I go viral. For the last 4 years, I've been live streaming my life towards a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So my app development background has allowed me some financial independence to be able to focus on really promotion of world peace. And I would too with if my body and world allows me to, I'd like to stream the rest of my life. That's really important to me. I think people will be able to learn a lot from having all this data to be able to study an individual, especially when we merge the idea with AI. AI will be able to give us insights that not even humans might be able to perceive. Things like behavior, eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, circadian rhythms, breathing patterns, every single aspect of the human body can be studied. And the data is available for anyone to be able to utilize it. So you don't have to pay anything to get this data. I think it's going to be really exciting. And then, in addition to it just being a study of my life, I have essentially the background news radio going 24 hours a day. And so you can go back to any moment of my life, essentially for the last 4 years, and know exactly not only what I was doing, but what was going on in world events. And as I said previously, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen assassinations and assassination attempts. We've seen, just one moment, Steve. Pardon me. We've seen the birth of AI, and when I say that, to what I mean in terms of large language models invading our daily activities, I was a early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022 on camera. I was using it, and we could see how it wasn't very good back then. It launched on November 30th, 2020. I was a user of it then, and we've been able to see the growth of it, and then the adoption of Grok and Copilot and Gemini and Claude and all the other models, large language models that have been created. And I think it'll be really interesting for the world, like was like during the pandemic, but also what life was like prior to large models being accessible to the average individual and how that's changed your life. So, in short, I've been involved in Web3 for more than a decade. Been a spokesperson for nine-figure projects, and then also have quite an extensive technical background as well.
So I tried to through your profile, but I couldn't follow you through the links. You see what like website I come to.
Yeah, absolutely. You can look at my blog. So that's rothschild.blogspot.com. It's the biggest blog that you'll ever see. My account has been banned different times. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, so just one of them. Um, I've had accounts. You can my name .blog.com. Just feel free to look at it there. You can also come to my Discord. I have 20. You can also see I have 2,500 people in my Discord, over 40,000 people who follow me on Twitch. So I've made in social media, and plan on continuing to do so as I promote on Twitter Spaces.
Right, facts. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you, Nicolay. Robbie, like I said, after this space, I'm gonna be checking more about what you got going on. Yeah, so Marcus, you answer. You have a question. Yeah, I was listening to Robbie's story, and I was captured in a way. So,
Absolutely. For anyone who wants more information about me, certainly there's my blog, rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. You can find a link to that in my link tree. My LinkedIn post, it's also in my profile to give you easier access to all of my different social media press releases and such. You ask a really great question. How do we achieve world peace by live streaming? Well, someone's got to be a leader in the movement. When I was a kid, people talked about world peace. It's not really discussed as much anymore, and I want to revive that dream. And with so much content and discussions on a daily basis of world peace, I can help to be someone who helps to promote that movement. Additionally, in wanting to make you all rich, that's a serious goal of mine. I'm going to have more money than I know what to do with. I could perhaps, uh, I could perhaps be a trillionaire like some of the global elites, and I don't need that much money. I want to give it back. As for my name, I'm a rabbi, so that's the Hebrew word for teacher, and my last name is Rothschild. So yeah, that's my real name and my real title. Someone who likes to teach. I'm a teacher at heart. Anybody who wants, I'll give you a quick rundown how I'm going to make you rich, and then how I want to help you make yourself rich. So, how am I going to make you rich? Well, if you didn't hear me previously say, data has overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. You have to understand, I'm basically sitting on a gold mine of data. I'm not live on one stream. I'm not live on two streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous for the last 4 years. This is an incredible opportunity for people to learn. I'll be able to monetize that data first and foremost. So that will be one revenue stream. Another revenue stream is my social media. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. It's an incredible amount of not just data, but real content that people will be able to utilize. I'll be able to monetize that as well. Moreover, I will be able to do endorsements. I'm currently a spokesperson for $100 million cryptocurrency. And while that's impressive, I think I could make it much more impressive and make that cryptocurrency worth billions and then trillions of dollars in the future, especially with more visibility to the project. And then getting major corporations online with this. So everyone from Nike to Coca-Cola to perhaps you name it, General Motors, Honda, anyone in the world, JP Morgan Chase, Deutsche Bank, anyone you can think of. They're going to want to be a part of this. And I'll be able to basically wear their merch 24/7 like I do this cryptocurrency. And that means that their logo will be on my streams. And I like to, when I go viral, travel to rural area people who have the opportunity to perhaps be financially independent and do many goodwill world. Um, and then a fourth revenue stream. I'm center of cryptocurrency in way, and I launch my own coin and make people very rich. But I endorse this coin, and I have been for 2 years. So I really don't want to start my own coin. Very happy with the partnership that I've built with the community of the Ticker Bitcoin group. But that isn't to say that I can't do endorsements for other cryptocurrencies and we make billions and trillions of dollars in the future. So when you have, $1 trillion, you can buy anything you want. It's really about, at that point, about power. And I want to give the power back to the people. Um, that's important to me. So those are some ways that I'd like to make you rich. Now, how are you going to get from that? I would like to create a large trust, a large not for profit, and anyone who's helped me along the way on my streams, they're all recorded. You're all recorded. You're archived in history, and we're going to go to you and say, hey, on this date of November of 2025, you had this discussion with Rabbi, and we're going to write you a check. We're going to send you an electronic funds transfer. We're going to give you cryptocurrency, but I don't want to just help you. I want to help your family. I want to help your friends. I want your friends to say, I'm so glad I was friends with whatever your name is because they had the knowledge to be involved in crypto, and this crypto angel investor essentially is what Rabbi I'm going to be, gave them money, and now they were able to help me. I want you to be able to help everyone you ever cool with, every person on any sports team that you ever played. I want you to be able to help them. Now, people say, well, where are you going to get all this money? And it's really the data. Data has overtaken petroleum, but you also have to understand that it's not that many people. Probably over the course of this had encountered less than 100,000 people, and we're going to be able to help every single person who helped me, and whether that was you debated me, you just joined my server, you friended me. What I want to help you. If you offend me, I want to make sure to be able to help you, and from there, we're going to help the world as best I can. Now, how can you make money? That's important, and so please give me. I know I stated that one half of this. The second half is on you, and this is the strategy that I give person who joins my link, who joins my Discord, who wants to make more money. Okay, first and foremost, you have to consider yourself as a social media marketer, a moderator, a Web3 guru, whatever you want to call yourself, in competition with many different people who are doing the exact same thing that you are. And you all have very similar pitches, and I want you to be able to differentiate yourself. So the first thing that I advise anybody with whom I'm working is to get a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's a modern day business card. It is one link that has all your social media on it. I mentioned mine earlier. Somebody asked, how can I find more about you? Go to my link tree. I've got press releases there. I have all of my social media. You can find basically anything you need from that one link. That one link is going to be your opportunity to be more successful in your competition. Here's why. Many of you are making your way in crypto and in social media through Twitter, which is great. But you have to understand, Twitter isn't the biggest social media platform. It's a big one, but it's not the big. And I want you to be utilizing all of the social media that's out there. So whenever anybody joins my Discord or even sends me a DM and says more money, I want to be more successful. This is what I advise. I give them a list of the top 30 social media platforms. So that's everything from YouTube to Reddit to Blue Sky to Twitch to Threads, Instagram, Facebook, all of them. And I say, you need to get these. Okay. If you're a social media marketer and you don't have the social media, well, then you're really limited. So it takes people about 1 or 2 days. They create all the different accounts. And by the way, everything that I say and everything that I advise free. So that's the key. A lot of people are going to charge you for classes and they're going to say you need to take the premium. None of this. None of this. This is all free, and I don't ever want to charge you. I'm never going to charge you, and I don't want you to use a strategy that costs you money. I know money is very limited to the audience with whom I'm speaking. So once you create your 30 different Linktree or social media accounts, and you add them to your Linktree, I ask that you send me your link over. Sometimes we have to make minor adjustments to people, or I say, why didn't you get this certain social media? And they say, oh, I forgot, or whatever. And they've got their 30. Okay, then what? Well, then we need to put content on it. So the way that we put content on, there's a useful way to do this in 2025, which is through AI video creation. So we do this through either Sora 2, which is taking over the United States, but is not available globally yet, or by Grok. Grok can also do this. So you download the Grok app. We create some 10 short videos on yourself that say what you are. You're a marketer, you're a social media marketer, you're a promoter, you want to help any project out, and they're very good videos, and they're AI generated, but they're quality. Then we put those on your social media accounts so that your accounts aren't just skeleton accounts, that they are robust, they have content. Then we prioritize and optimize your profiles on all these social media accounts, and then we make sure that your profile picture is optimized. Once that's done, that's the hard part. Now you have to understand you have many more weapons, you have many more tools in order to be able to promote yourself. And I say this is threefold why this is important to do. The first reason is because it gives you 30 ways to make more money, 30 ways that people can find you instead of them having to go to your Twitter account, which is fine. When you or Google something on cryptocurrency, there's a very good chance your YouTube account's going to show up, or your Instagram account's going to show up, or your Facebook account, or one of these other social media accounts that are going to rank higher than just even your X account will. The second thing that this is going to do for you is it's going to give you 30 times more places to be able to promote your clients. When I am working with an individual and they say that they're going to promote me, I say, okay, great. How are you going to promote me? And they say, well, I'm going to comment on your post, which is a GM usually. I'm going to repost it to their small Twitter account and I'm going to like it. And then I'm going to ask you for money. That's basically the way that it goes. And that's cool. I mean, that's at least somebody's trying. But what you're going to be able to say to your clients is get you 30 times more DMs because of my social media. I'm going to get you 30 times more people buying your NFT, 30 times more eyes on your project, 30 times more people buying your cryptocurrency. And I'm going to do this for you all for the same price as my competition. You have to understand that this is a superior strategy. I'm going to make you number one in Google, and not everybody can do that. I'm going to make you number one. When somebody types in your project into YouTube, you're going to show number one because it's on my social media account. You're going to show up number one in Facebook and number one in Threads and number one in Instagram and number one on Twitch and on Kick and on Blue Sky and all the other social media that I have you promote. You're going to be number one in Reddit. You're going to be number one on pictures. You're going to be number one on Imager. And this is the reason why this is important is because when somebody Googles someone's project, the chances are that they're going to choose one of the top listings. Usually it's the first list. And if you are able to dominate the top listings because of the power of your social media for your customer, you are invaluable. Nobody's going to be able to do that with just a Twitter account because a Twitter account is going to be one result. You're going to dominate 10 results. You probably dominate 30 results and take all your competition. Excellent strategy. So we get the link trees done. Then buys everybody. Oh, one other thing. I said it was a 3-part strategy. The first is it'll to get 30 times more work. It also allows you to promote in 30 more places, and also makes it very difficult to impersonate you. It's very difficult to impersonate you when you already have a presence there. Then somebody can't steal business from you and say, hey, I'm XYZ on LinkedIn, or I'm XYZ on Twitter. Please give me business on another one of the platforms, because the person can just look and see, no, you're not. XYZ already has a presence there. I'm going to go to the main source. Okay, so once your link trees are done, I teach you, and files are optimized and everything. I teach you then how to really make money on Twitter, which is I show you how to make memes with meme generators, but not just make memes, but market yourself with, so that you can go to a project, meme for them, your link tree in the corner, so that people know who the creative force was behind this information and connect with you, and they can say to you, you know, that was a really good meme that you made. It made me laugh, or I downloaded it, or whatever it is, or they're just going to share it, and by default, they're organically going to be advertising for you on their account. Another thing that I teach you how to do is join the communities, not just on Twitter, but in all of social media. So that's Discord, that's Telegram, that's all the places. Even Facebook has communities where you can join and you can network. Then I teach you how to clip people's spaces. When people share alpha in spaces, it's an excellent opportunity for you to clip the Twitter space, to tag the host, tag the co-host, and then what you do is you put hashtags, and that puts you on the radar of the host and the co-host to say, hey, XYZ is doing a really good job. They know what's going on because they took this really important part of my space. They tagged me in it and I listened to it, and I'm glad that they did. That is going to be archived for the future. Then what we do, and really is probably the most important thing when it comes to you getting business, is I help you work on your elevator pitch, your pitch, your shill. Many of you said that you like mine. That doesn't come overnight. I've had to work on that for 4 years. And with you, you won't have to work on it for 4 years. Mine is memorized. I don't read that. I've just got it down. What we're going to do for you is we're going to write yours down. Most times when I hear somebody shill themselves, Frank, it sounds like this. GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I hope you guys are having a good day. Are you guys doing well? And they're like, the speaker's like, yeah, okay, what's your shill? What's your thing? And they're like, oh, okay, I want you to know that I'm a Web3 entrepreneur. I'm a guru. I need a job. Please send me a DM. I need your money. That's basically how it goes. It's not exactly that, but you guys have all heard them. What I want you to be able to do is say, GM to everyone, I'm it, and I am the best marketer in Web3, and here's why. I'm going to promote you on all of my social media. I'm going to make sure that you show up number one in Google, number one in YouTube, number one in Twitch, number one in Twitter. Whenever anybody looks for your project, you're going to show up number one because of me. You're going to have 30 times more DMs. You're going to have 30 times more replies, 30 times a larger network. You're going to have 30 times more people buying crypto or looking into your project or buying your NFT. I'm going to do it for the same price as all of my competition, and it's as good. I'm going to be a repeat. You're going to come to me, repeat customer. You're going to spread my name as the best social media marketer in Web3 because of the success that I've done for your business. If you want to connect with me, my DMs are open. I'd love to get to work immediately on your project to help promote you. That's what you want to be able to do for people. That's what I teach people how to do. So I know that I spoke a lot, but it's important. I want you rich by just giving you money in the future, but also to be self-sufficient and be able to make money on your own. So I hope that answered the question, and I certainly can take any photos.
Thanks so much for that, Robert. You actually go on the road and gave us a masterclass. I mean, if you're here and it will make people, Robert said, no, are you sure you will be in the space? No. This guy ditched it out for. And man, you are right on the right indications, man. Even the chicken aspects. And you all have heard it several times, right? A lot of people want to shield themselves in species, and the way they shield it, man, even if I was they want me the project, I was even employ you, I would employ myself and I do that, right? But this right here, that's the whole fun. About selling yourself, how you sell yourself matters in this space, man. So thanks so much for that, Rabbi. And I'm just going to give up the mic to George. Is it happening? Questions? Yes. Thank you, my bro. Honestly, Rabbi, I feel like God sent to this space. So you just gotta say thank you to you for sure. And just give us the alpha, just dish it out to us, and it's really the privilege for each and every one of us here tonight to be able to learn what you just give to us right now. So a big thank you to you and everyone. Trust me, if you are not following Rabbi, I don't know what you're doing, man. You really have to follow him. You really have to follow him. So that being said, let's see that we're done with you. What's up, guys? Hope you're feeling me speak, man. I just wanted to tell you, very special to me, Bitcoin Pixie. So I'm going to show Pixie. She's the mother of my feature. She's the kid of the original Bitcoin.org site. You should go down to the Bitcoin logo, click it, she's going to pop out. She was never a meme, so 2 months ago, they have 3 months of what's about it. You meet me in all the time. I have over 900K podcasts. Crash right now, we're sitting at about 110 looking cap. And this is a long-term project. Everybody's the 104 million tokens. It's 11% of the supply. Because we're off at the time. It's a long toilet. It's a community-based and community-focused project. It's not just for NFTs. On the website for games that we run every contest for people trying to get some extra money. And we just pushing the legacy of Pixie, just trying to grow that because she was supposed to be, aiming and she was supposed to be one of those ones that she would never borrow. She's the mother of the she's here to stay, not going anywhere. And I think you fully So that being said, to see probably shoot yourself, make sure you wrestling in my league. Spacey, so you have to like add it for to your brand. So you have so that being said, shout out to the Philly, I think it's it. But him so I see my bro. Keith Elf, I see you too, brother. What's his name? Rabbi, I see you. Keith Elf again, I see you. Shout out to you. Shout out to me as well. Max engaging everyone. Make sure you connected. Yeah, make sure you max engaging with them. So that being said, I just ask like this. If you have a friend, friends onto the purple pill. That way it helps us start the fire, it starts the commotion very early. This is the pre-show. It actually doesn't start until 9 p.m., but we do pre-shows to kind of help spread the word and get everyone to try to tag their friends in the purple pill section while the host actively shares the purple pill in his DM so that we can get all of our friends, all of our friends' friends, and all of our friends' to all join, and that's how we have a huge little family party. So, yeah, I'm going to keep on playing music until it starts at 9 p.m. and then we'll get started. I think everyone's still eating dinner and stuff like that, so maybe I want to eat dinner. We should all finish eating dinner and then relax, right? And then tune into the show because I know when you guys have dinner, when you have dinner, you eat a lot of food, right? And sometimes the food tends to get to your head, you feel me? I want you to use this time to chill, enjoy, and let your food digest. So it doesn't make your head feel so bad now, you feel me? Just let me keep on playing music, and I will end the music in about 6 minutes and let the host start, okay? Thank you very much, guys.
Looks like I found my house. Only one person commented about it, but I didn't want to make the whole interview about what I just did. I was trying to do like incognito. So like one person said something and I was happy with that. I feel like they have to do something for us to do this. I don't know what. I mean, they've done so much of their and a lot. This has been a great stream. And also, made me feel like that right podcast. That guy, I was like, oh shit, that guy. I just come from Cowboy believers like that. Okay. So bad. Looks good. It's hard.
Oh, honey, why don't you say all of these things? This was our reasons. Because of that one in our mission to Earth. I would have said, why can't I go ahead and kill you before you start my mission? That's not normal. That's not normal. That's not therefore, then I can still look into prevention. About now, as much as it's active violation, but the act itself, the act itself is quote unquote rubbish. So perhaps again, we didn't tend to kill for accident for attempting to advance. Therefore, again, the possibility speaking now, using attempts to violate Naga Murasa, you can be killed in order to stop it. Because of us, one an hour and with a argument. Furthermore, again, what I just said now, I would have said the reason you're allowed to go ahead and kill the man before you violate Naga Murasa is because if you violate her, call them on me, which is not only physical, and it's also left in potential status. And after that, the Suba, so ultimately, again, that has other potential marriage ramifications for as well. Rashi says that they're talking about the sleep and the Ghana of life. Rashi says over here to also potentially touch upon Ghana of life, potentially contribute interacts with the result of that. The Gemara says, around Nahar, the local part, but maybe in the case of Saturday, where again, quote unquote, no damage. In other words, which understand there's no there's no status damage, and there's no necessarily relationship damage to anyone else. Perhaps you couldn't kill Luri in order to stop him outside of my religion. Therefore, the pastor has to say no, even if you kill Luri, if he's attempting to start of my religion. Because of that one, and before would have just said Nala and Zafar. So right, so far we have again, if Luri is attempting to violate Nala and Murasa, kill him to prevent him from doing so. He's trying to sodomize Shimon to prevent him from doing so. So before what he just said these two, because of the one he was saying on the days, Rishum, the high love or the high kapagin. So now because that's and now because again it has status. That's why you can proactively promoting before you perpetrates. About shot riots, your riots will not be taken. Maybe other riots, we're ultimately at A, it's quote unquote normal. Running that, and the ramifications, the demo, is that it doesn't blemish, quote unquote, with status wise or relationship wise, perhaps, and you're not able to kill within to prevent it from doing so. Which you must consider one of fate. Different versus no, if you're not in a deep relationship is extreme. It is our bias, we're allowed to kill them to prevent them from doing so. Because of that one of hate, how about me not feel highly loving? Until we just said, I would have said, yeah. maybe if I see leaving it out creation of forbidden relationships is only forbidden by love, perhaps I should be able to pull Ruvain as well. Rahmana Modas. Torah says, no, the only time you can proactively pull Ruvain is if you're about to engage in a relationship which is punishment. Because of Rahmana Modas, hiding this is basically hiding himself well. If it was just said Modas, I would say, oh, what does Modas mean? Modas means hiding Mises Daisy. Only English is punishment by Mises Daisy. Like hiding Kisos. So Rahmana hate. Therefore, the Torah comes to include hiding Kisos. So the Gemara says, the little Rahmana hate us for low body now is now. So that's the case, just let the Pasuk say. Let the Pasuk says hate and Modas. And if it is hate and Modas, that means any relationship or any act which is punishable, either by Misas indefinitely violated or punished, you are the perpetrator as he attempts to perform. Now, if you would say that, I agree with Naramur and Sofa. So just leave out now, leave out just we know that if Ruben is trying to do something, attempting to do something, trying to achieve the definitely by his, or if he attorneys, that will actually kill Ruben from perpetrating the crime against him. Rabbi, anything on this, right? Yeah, right. You could do that. That would make sense. So why does it say? We did this. If it would have omitted Nar and Nara, it would take them up. Without something like this. Ruben is attempting to do anything that carries it to the death, either by baiting or by courage, and be trying to prevent him from doing so. Based on that, I would have said that if he was about to Machalo Shabbos, I could kill him to prevent him from doing Machalo Shabbos. Or if Ruben is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I could kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So, what the Torah says, Nar and Nara, tells you what? The only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone to prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact another human being, for example, we're about to Machalo Shabbos, it's very bad, but it doesn't impact another human being. Or he's an act of Christianity, doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact another human being. This is Halacha L'Maisa. You kill Ruvain from committing the act. Incredible. Well, the Shum may know that. Whereas the Torah is the power. What about contrast? The Omar Obis will have it in again, mostly, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow's job, Shabbos is down. Rashmi or Shum actually holds that Allah if you see if you think about the power of Shabbos, you can go ahead. Sorry, I should say, Avodah will have it. And the Shum says, if I see that Ruvain is about to worship idolatry, I can kill him to prevent it from worshiping idolatry. Why? So according to the Shom by Yochai, then why do I need Nar and Nara? The Gemara says, "How many use the Imo, the how many use the Shabbos?" Interesting enough, when we talk about why this is, the Shom by Yochai tomorrow, that the Shom by Yochai holds only by Avodah Zarah. So by you Avodah Zarah is unique. And if I see you about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can go to kill you to prevent him from worshiping. But that's only by Avodah Zarah. According to the Shom by Yochai, Nar and Nara come to exclude bestiality. If I see about to engage in active bestiality, I can't kill him to prevent him from that. Or if I see about the Machalo Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that. Okay? To which the Gemara says, "How many people come to take Shabbos?" So I mean, because I would have thought, Kisi Shabbos, Mechilo, Mechilo, I would have thought like this. Both desecration of Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, both these lessons is famous. So I might have thought the point of Shema Yochai, the thing that I could kill Ruben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, I could also kill Ruben to prevent him from being Machalo Shabbos. Hamash Molon, no. Hamash Molon is only for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos. And Rabbi a lot of Rabbi Shimon, no, Machalo for Shabbos. We tell it to Rabbi Shabbos. Oh, so but there's another sheet. There's more. So what's the thing? You need to feel that this school of thought. The primary school of thought says like this: the only thing you're allowed to kill Ruben is when he is about to commit something that is punishable either by death by baiting or charis, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent Ruben from committing that error by killing. That's the first school of thought. Second school of thought, I agree with that, with the exception of Avodah Zarah. You can kill Ruben to prevent the worshiping of Avodah Zarah. And then you have a Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not you can kill living to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, but you can also kill living to prevent him from being Mechalel Shabbos. Mechalel Shabbos. So okay, you know the other Mechalel Shabbos that's over now. So that's the Shabbos and Chilul Chilul Miyachos because the Lord's Rebbe Chilul is the Shabbat of Chilul Chilul. It says Chilul by Avodah Zarah. It says Chilul by Shabbos. Just like you can kill living to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so you can kill living to prevent him from being Mechalel Shabbos. In the Lord's according to the Lord's Rebbe Shimon, and why you need Nar and Na'ar at all. Because essentially, according to the Lord's Rebbe Shimon, anytime living is about to do something, and such David, like dressed by David or color, even if it doesn't have anything to victim, you still not comfortable from doing it. So I don't even know. Which one says no, but where it says, my God, you know what you come up. No, because one of those will call now, or one of them will come to a true bestiality. And everyone will agree that if it's even about the act of bestiality, then that's if you don't kill them to prevent them from doing it. So, the Ida, I eat the Kasa Rahmana Nar, Kasa Nani Nar. The other one is more textual symmetry. It seems the Torah wrote Nar, the Torah also wrote Nar. So, once I say equal enough, which you see over here, and again, we'll have to see the Halacha Maisa. So, essentially, number one, because I'm allowed to kill the game, prevent him from doing Natura with the Avera A. Is either a partial and uses the him, higher to test out the human. I can't kill the game to the front. They're shown by a sign, but green, but as in Avodah Zarah. The Torah is correct on worshiping Avodah Zarah, and according to the Lazar, the Shimon, he adds in also Shabbos. The Torah is correct from being a Chal Shabbos. Everyone will agree, for example, an act of bestiality, as terrible as anything, if it is about I can't prevent it. The new Domer, after Omer, is the new Rosh you do that in these what happens if you made it about to violate the Nara? Then the Nara says, no, don't kill him, just let him do what he's going to do. I don't want to risk getting killed. He's scared that you're going to just let him do what he's going to do. So, the Gemara says, the mic is obviously, if you do this and you listen to her, that means the Rabbanan says, don't listen to her. So what's the point? The mic is the Amara of the Machtagas al Pigima, Umanikasa Shalo Yahadi. Rabbanan says, listen to this. So the Machlokas is what happens if you know about this girl, if she is Machpedes on the Gemara, she says, the Machpedes on Padma, people say Machpedes will come here, but when they show Agera, they will follow me about us to come in the Shabbos. So let's say we know that obviously it's called the one right, which is perfect sense, and she is concerned about the ramifications of this act of violation. Right? So what happens if we know that she is acted on this account, but we also that she's telling us leave him alone? So what do we do in this case? So again, the Rabbanan is like this. The Torah is acted on the cover of this girl, and therefore again, the Torah says kill living. And if we know that she's not good on herself, so the mice again, we're not going to listen to what she says. So we kill the guy to prevent him from going ahead and fighting. Yehuda, I become an asmana halfway between the Muslim national color. Well, Muslim national color. So the Gemara says, Yehuda will say like this. Why does the Torah tell us? Why does the Torah tell us to kill the perpetrator? Because we're afraid that if you don't kill the perpetrator, she's going to assume and give her life rather than be violent. So we're concerned about the fact that she's going to give up her life rather than be violent. The Torah says kill the perpetrator. But in this case, it's just kind of telling us, leave it alone. That's really what it's going to do. I don't want to get killed, but you just assume that you don't kill the perpetrator. All of us are not to tell us. Oh, we have a lot of dying. One of us, if you look at actually says over here, the Master National College, she most natural levels, she again, below Tival, but Amr Torah, he still Dama. So ultimately, again, for these in general, that's what she's saying. She's going to give up her life rather than and she's telling us, no, she's trying to do what she wants. She doesn't want to run the risk. We listen to her. What if the Kohen Gadol is being ready to violate the relationship? It's also a there's a genealogical blemish. Because now she has relations with Kohen Gadol. So when we kill the Kohen something like that. Really at the Kima of Kapit Akmana, at the Kima Sita of Kapit Akmana. The person sits at the Kima, the fact that now, again, this Amana will be able to marry a Kohen. Okay, obviously it's an ramification, but when my son, again, it's not the ramification of the yard. Kohen itself is actively concerned. So I will say, so what's interesting, I point out is that a lot of my son, it's not the country. And even in a case where the woman would say, you know, leave it alone, I said, we did not, you know, we would take the life. So it's important to understand, sometimes we see slippers like this. It sounds a little strict, who's customs. So what exactly are we clarity? A lot of times what happens in deals is what's called the nutrition of halacha and the examination or the extrapolation of concepts, devoid of emotion. And that's what you see with it. But I told you, halacha in this room, in every single time you that's a concept. Almost in the same way, and halacha not going to assume that someone who is above my character, so yes, coming to dwell on something else. As you see that that person is very it's the same so over here. Use force against the nice again. That act of violence is to take life as well. It was an as it was an ultimate again as someone who's ready to commit murder and such allowed him to prevent him from violating the law. But if you just do this interesting case where she says, don't do it. She says, do it. So what should we do in a situation like that? Where she says, don't do it. We do this as we listen to her. Now, what I'm saying, we don't listen. We don't listen to her. Because I believe that Torah more about her product, and she cares about it. And therefore, I'm open myself. We would do what we need to do in order to stop this man from violating so much, even if it means to do it. I just want to say, we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop. We're trying everyone again, trying to be with you in person. Tremendous. Have a wonderful day and a good night.
I know about names. What's the hottest sauce you guys try? I like habanero sauce, dude. Yeah, habanero's.
All right. So we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor.
That was delicious. It was too hot to eat. Oh, that's what I ate it.
The 4, Tafshin Pei for the year 5785, Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. 4, in the source of wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, may they be Zochai Meretz Hashem. You know, you should just know that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and now it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shar Tov Mitzlachos, and should in Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful Simcha, Mazel, and Bracha. Rosai, with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our precious happiness here. From Eretz Hashem, bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov, and Halabai, all of our soldiers will be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yideihem. Rosai, today's God. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. You know, let's not lose. Don't lose it in the forest. We're going to be on Hedron today. We're going to be starting on daf 1, and we're going to see in Yeretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We are picking up in Yeretz Hashem. Ayin Aleph Amnav 1a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from Vanuga. So you says, Kiman as la hadisanya. With whose opinion is reflected in the following statement. So there was never such thing as a Bais Menuga. Bais Menuga means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, but why is it written? It's never going to happen. Why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Kiman Hazla, who does this opinion reflect? Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Like Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Good, that's how long this time. This time with Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Kabbalazar ben Shimon says, the Olam in Abayis Pamei, Ashir Kishtei Gris, Rashtei Abonim, Kishtei Salim. The Karen's office. So again, in order to have tzaras alone. Now, remember getting the tzaras in the house. Last year, Kodesh points out that halacha l'maisa tzaras in the home is not as much a punishment as much as it was a bracha. He points out before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations hid treasures in the walls of their home. And the truth is, the only way that those treasures were present was with tzaras, because that would require stones, and then one would see the treasure again that was buried. So again, Allah says, but in order to have tzaras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. Gris is a measurement. Ashtei avanim on two different walls. The Karen Zavis, so it's that corner. Our coke is make these gris. It has to have a length and a width of 1 gris. So my time is level. So what's the Rishon's logic? Why does it sit pure or kiros? Because the pasuk is talking about tzaras and the whole says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on walls, plural. So the Gemara says Ezehu here shuki kiros. What ultimately again is a home, or what is a wall that is like walls? But the Omer is that this refers ultimately again to a corner. Shukanya was wrote so Rabbi Elazar Tzaddik says, "Makom hayu b'tchum asa, v'hayu korim also churvus segirta." So the Gemara says, "But there was a place, and they called this place in Asa churvus segirta." So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here Va is mitzora, and churvus is called mitzora. Segirta shenosim misham b'ayis. So essentially, what the Elazar is going to there was mamish a home that was known to have tzaras. Reb Shimon, says one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found a place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home of with tzaras. So once again you see tension on one hand. First opinion saying never a home with too much specificities. The other opinion saying that Allah Almighty saying no, we actually saw a home with tzaras. Beautiful to say on this, but we'll cover ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, O Ilaim O Suma O Cheresh. So we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become a Sorah Morad, what the question of the Gemara was the parents have to be Shabbat. Have to be quote unquote equal or similar. Now the leading I was talking about over there was that parents have to be shaved, that the call, the not is a kol. They have to be shaved, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to technicalities. If one of the parents was a gidei, now she points out that gidei is they're missing a hand, an amputee, ochiger, or they're crippled in their leg, and therefore can't walk, ochiger, or mute, blind, Ocherish, or Cherish generally means deaf mute. Eno Nasa Ben Sorama. The child can't become Ben Sorama. This is a technicality. Now, why? Is that Shneimar? Because listen to this. The tough subo of a bimo, it says the parents will grab for low gidmin.
That's funny, man.
So
that's really funny. That's really funny.
Also, they will take him out. So therefore, if they lack a leg, lack the ability to go and remove him, they can't take it. They will say the parents.
What's on your agenda for today?
The name is Seth. That feels like identify this son.
This thing.
Parents who are blind. Show me how they call it.
Dan, enjoy it. Maybe not forever, but for right now.
Not to
Peace.
Gemara says, "Masim b'opas nishlosha or malkin also." So again, it's hasra. They warn him first in malchus afterwards. Because of the kilgal. So you will say it's interesting because here we're introducing something new. Apparently, there is like a hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of street, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine. All of the criteria that we established a couple of times. Parents are in the front of a basin of food, and again they flog him. They give him malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a ben simol. Because if he kills Del, as from the shlosha. If he goes ahead and repeats his errant behavior, then he is judged by a basin of 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. Be'onisko, akshu sham shlosha rishon. But again, he's only stoned, he's only executed if part of the basin of 23 consists of part of the I should say differently. The original three, the original three, were essentially judged for Malchus have to be part of the subsequent basin of 20. You have to say, the parents say, this son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you. Verse 3 is now executed for becoming a Ben Sora. Incredible. Shamas Mina, what do you see from here? But Inon Krop, he did Sid. I will say, what you see from here is something very, very interesting. That Halacha L'Maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to follow. In other words, you'll say, what is this? So you would have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Sora, right? So the pasuk says, the tough super his parents will take hold of him. He will take him outside to the big. And they say, what's happening? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab it. They have to be able to walk. I don't know. When you look at this pasuk, one could also easily said the pasuk is more figurative than the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly the mission is understanding of the literal shamas, but you have to follow that it's the Gemara says shiny it's different. Shiny hava on the base. Shiny hava 71b. The kukra yisir. So this is different because here the pasuk itself is written in such an elong form. Look at actually. The mother about Satan also start here who is skeleton. Her clean out this whole thing. Parents will grab hold of him today. You take it through the face. Done. The fact that the pasuk is written such longhand indicates to us that the Torah is telling us that again the parents have to be able to engage in these processes, and in order to do so, they become Carmen Soramor. The Master Moses shows up, so we warn him. Front of three, he wants to know why do you need three to trace idea? Why do you have star in front of three? It just means has star in front of two witnesses, a Rabbi Hawkins from a massive. No, what it means is like this. We warn him in front of two. We give him Malchus in front of three. This three represents a David. Malchus, whoa. Malchus and Sora Mora, where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Sora Mora? Right? So the only thing we ever see by Ben Sora Mora is what? Is execution. Nisa. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Sora Mora? You can be about. Don't be about. But man, you Yisru. So you make it Shabbat. Yisru. So it says the Yisru also, the Yisru by Sora Mora, and then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then again, the Yisru, the Ben, by Yom Ben HaKoshara. So essentially there's a greater Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sora Mora. Because that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Sora Mora gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. You must cause of the change on some of the again, Ben Sora Mora once again repeats this negative behavior again. And we judge this some negative version of 23 because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, Tiny Boyle, Zet, so the Gemara Darshans, the name is Zet. That's how the Gemara Darshans it. That's how Darshans from Mishnah. Just 1 second. Tiny Boyle, Zet, now remember again, but we already used that Zet. That Zet was already Darshans to teach us what. So Allah, the parents have to have sight in order for the kids to become members. That same Zet or a different structure. My Benenu Zet, the pasuk is written Benenu who, but it says Benenu Zet. Shmami Nakashi. So it'll say Zet teaches me two things. What it teaches me, number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Salamar. That's number one. And the two, that you who served as agent from Malchus have to be part of the basin of 23 for incredible Mishnah. Actually, remember again, from the beginning of the Ben Sora Mora Sugya. That Ben Sora Mora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan samach, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sora Mora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raised a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Sora Mora, right? And when he is brought to Beis Din, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be a judge of the Ben Shalom. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He ran away, right? He escaped from Beis Din. Before this verdict was passed, the Achatat, they find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further future. What's the halacha? Pater. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Solar Umora, and therefore, again, so the interesting part, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature, right? The has already formed. He's out. He's free on his technology. Then the Africa comes back on the other hand, if let's say they came to Beis Din, was passed, but he came before execution. And then we find him after. Even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so let's say Ben Noach, I'm not Jew, he cursed that Kadosh Baruch Hu, and then what happens? You uncut this guy there. Then he converted. What's halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the logic? The first thing is logic. Holo b'nishtana Yishtanim Sasso. Because the Lord said that halacha, his whole legal framework. Remember again when he was a Rashi points out something very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications from his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. All of the time between the Shantel, even make currently on the Eidakad of the Dayan below Asra. You go over the Hashka, but you know Asra, as a Ben Noach, right? A Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One Hasra. Is judged with a base of 23, Hasra and everything else. Since now he converted, since his legal was changed, therefore his din is changed as well. Incredible. So Gemara says, Baruch Amagir, so say our mission is to support this woman. The Ben Sora Mora, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. And before again, if anyone when they found him, he already was Potter. Might have what's the reason? Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Krishna says, no. Oh, shiny hustle. The other cashed a lot. So it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if you were to steal that same money, buy meat and buy wine, he would not be higher at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, we find him he's going to be Potter for Tashma. So ultimately, again, it's the best or more. If they deliver the verdict, he's not only convicted before he was executed, and then they find him. But by the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's right. Now, why is that? Nigmar Dino comment, because again, Allah his verdict was passed. Nigmar Dino Garbakatilahu. He's already, if his verdict is passed in Allah, of course he's going to be right. So Gemara says as follows. What a tremendous Musar Haskell is. Tremendous Musar Haskell. So for Ben Noah curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts. What's halacha? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the always Lashon of the Gemara. Hollow to the Ishtanet, Ishtanet Misasam. He didn't change, and therefore again his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here this the halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. This is a very important because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I committed an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I could go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Ribbon doesn't change. The Ribbon is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, chayiv for whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So the way it works perfectly is the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mushal. He goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So as $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. Where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life, I don't have to remain the same. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly the din, the judgment that was over here is still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole set of laws, a whole new set of realities, a whole new set of ramifications that are there for us. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself one framework to another. The framework is still there. The framework can change. I think. So the Ben Noach who turns the part of the Shalom is a yid. He becomes a yid. It's at the end of the day, again, he's all the Ishtani. He's a demon. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go like that. Ben Noach Shrikas Chavero, all Ish Chavero, a Ben Noach, non-Jew. He goes there and hits, fellow non-Jew. Or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously, getting himself into a whole load of trouble over here. And we'll say, then he decides to convert. Now, what basis is this guy? I'm not exactly, right? But the nice, again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Putter. He's putter, right? He's putter for all of these things. Why? I will say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew, a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa as a Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to these halachas. So death penalties also can be some of this guy. If a Ben Noach hit a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions of how he committed them as a Jew. He would also be liable. Because the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew. He's liable. Why? Name a hor ishtani. Why don't you go ahead and say, but he changed, he converted. So in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Bahai, Dino Ishtani, Misasalo Ishtani. Here, the particular facts of his judgment may change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So, Bishop was having Karasai, and death penalty itself, right? When he kills someone, and now he also be Chayiv Saif. Remember, Ben Noach was so trouble a little while ago. Ben Noach was always executed as Saif. So, as a Gentile, it was Saif, and as a Jew, it's Saif. Other Ashes Ish, or with adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Saif. But now it's going to be strangulation. So his din is different. Which was, we'll say, second line down in the white lines. In Aram Mulasa. We'll say, we're talking about over here where he adultery with an Aram Mulasa. The ED is Ben Noach, as well as the Jew, have the punishment of Siva for an Aram Mulasa. But it says if he committed this same act with the Yisrael, comparable to Eishas Kadero, Ella, Kala Bechamura Meshach Shaicha. So we'll say, but rather we see again, interesting enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically long or included with a more severe one. That's why Rabbanon said that Saif is Hamar than Chenek. Ella B'Shimon Hamar Chenek Hamar Ma'ikri. So we had all this before. The great B'Shimon says that Chenek strangulation is Hamar than Saif. What are you going to say? B'Shimon said like kind of National. Damar, for me, Samura Bilibnei Noach, Ella Chenek. So we had this in my focus. So he'll take National, National, no, but they know always put together. with that. So Mishnah says so I understand the case where the Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because whether he was a Ben Noach or he was punishable by Kanek, so according to this, as a Ben murder, he would be Kanek, and now as a Jew, he would be Chayiv Sayif. Which says not a problem. Again, we assume Sayif is in form of death penalty, including with the more common one. Lemis Sarcha, Biachak Bagra, Tidon the Chenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon the Chenek. This thing out with Skila. Why not with Skila? It must be because Allah to Manara Murasa. Sorry. Murasa, both when committed adultery, then she became Bulgaris. So what's the Allah? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not Skila? Because she changed from a Nara to a Bulgaris. The Kosh in Hava, the Ishtani the Gam, right? And all the more so in this case where the change was complete. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Yochanan says to the Tana, you're right, rather instead write that Allah myself subject to Skila. Incredible. Both sides, what's the takeaway? The takeaway, sorry, went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. Allah if you have a case of Ansar Amora, when the kid is brought to Beis Din, and then he escapes. And we find him later on, what do you do with him? So the answer is, it depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escaped before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of maturation, you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if he escaped before now, he developed further signs of physical maturation. Since he has changed, right, they no longer judge him as it is so in Mora. And just other cases like that of the Ben Noach who perfect, that's how he's powerful, and then converts. The Ben Noach goes ahead and it's his friend, right? Or commits adultery and converts. It's beautiful. Let's go. Ben Sora Mora. We'll say this is interesting. This Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire parak. But okay, we're going to do it here. Ben Sora Mora. Nidan Hashem Sofo. Ben Sora Mora is executed. Not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. Gemara says, Yamos Zaka Yamos Chayiv. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent and don't let him die Chayiv. Don't let him die culpable. But why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. Tzadikim, death of Tzadikim, bad for Tzadikim. And it's for the world. I will say, why is death bad for Tzadikim? It's such a Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for Tzadikim? Why? Because the Maisa, with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice and totally. We'll say, life is the greatest gift. Because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for Tzadikim is a bad thing. Because with their death, they lose their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. The Gemara says, so I'll say, listen to this, wine and sleep, for the Rishayim, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if the Rishayim are drinking and they're sleeping, that usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But Tzadikim, this is incredible. But for Tzadikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Well, listen to how profound this is. Why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, that's bad for him and it's bad for him. We'll say, here it is. But this is a riot. If we do, sleep is bad. Sleep is bad. It feels so good. But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddik. Incredible. Pizra l'rishayim, hanar lahem va'anali odam. So we'll say pizra means again, literally again, displacement. We must say scattering is right. Is good for rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can't collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzadikim ra lahem v'ravi odam. For tzadikim, obviously, again, it's not good. It's not good because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for a Shayim, Pizor is good. Ultimately, for Tzadikim, it's not good. It's also Pizor. So Pizor is literally again scattered. Pizor also sometimes people say no, a person could be one geographic place, but they're in a million different emotional spaces. And when it's like that, we all experience times like that. It's very disjointed. It's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something when they're not sound. Essentially, really what Pizza represents, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. The Gemara says, Pinos. Pinos for the Shayim Rala and Ravi Olam. Pinos means gathering. When the Shayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. For the Tzadikim, Hana Allah Hana Avi. For them, it's good for the world. So the Lord said, this is really incredible. So Tzadikim, Pizor scat is bad, Chinos is good. So of course, you understand the kind of shock level. When Tzadikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate, they can accomplish. It's a first multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just for this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life, I'm in a state of Pizor. Pizor is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because it will say Pizor, there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting times we like to think that when you focus, but we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizor's multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, tranquility is bad for a Shayim, because when it's tranquil, the Shayim can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. For right when the Shayim of Shaka. For Tzadikim, for Tzadikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more, and obviously, if the Tzadik can accomplish more, for the Tzadik, and it's good for them. So much to discuss about. But for a different type of Ayin base, 72a. Says the Mishnah, Tanya, Rabbi Yosef really older. Because the Ben Solar of Mora has stolen money and has purchased some wine, he should be executed. He says, another question. Ella here told us self title shall Ben Solar Mora. Brad, the Torah knows what is going to happen to Ben Solar Mora. It says why? Shesof mikmar nichse aviv. At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money. And he's going to want to sustain his hand that he's formed. And he's not going to be able to. He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. Amra Torah, Yomos Zakai va'al Yomos Chayit. The Torah says, let him die innocent. In other words, remember, has Ben Mora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees this type of behavior is going to lead. And ultimately, again, he says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of the Shayim is good for the Shayim. Again, kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a menace to society and it's good for the world. And what's another way to say? It's so fascinating to think about. First of all, so this part is slide up the first part. Anyway, so say so I feel like you see the action. Anyway, so remember, this goes back to yesterday, back when we saw the Machlokas. Did Ben Mora happen? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the Machlokas. I don't say, but it struck me. Why do you say this, right? What's the whole sum of Ben Mora? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. I don't know. First, why do we automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support this habit? So I'll say, what do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting style on the back of others, that is a very, habit to break. That's
Yo,
what's
what
happening
up,
over
Billy?
here. So because this kid has never worked, no, there's just one thing that he's an industrious young man.
I'm
He likes
amazing.
nice
What's
things.
new,
Right?
big
You see
dog?
kids like this who like nice
Yeah, I'm working on the project you give me. I just want to share with you on your life.
Okay, you're more than welcome to listen. I'm trying to talk in the church space, so if I have to listen to that,
All right, no problem.
but feel free to stay here as long as you want, man. You're always welcome.
things. So what happens? What do?
You're welcome,
They hustle. They hustle. Oh, so he hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine, nice clothes. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who's skilled. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. That like ideally, the world owes me something, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah, and that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when they run out of their father's sons, he's not getting a job. He's not. You know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking from others. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. I was saying, you know the worst midah a yid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you don't have a sex. It's time to the point that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? There's no Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. And a sex, you might start off all right, but in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because a yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, wait a second, that's not true. People do owe me something, right? People owe me akar, so I tell people owe me this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely, you'll be profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to get all these more. Walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. Anything. Don't walk around with a magiali entitlement. And so I will say again, in marriage, don't walk around that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful to do something for you. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound weight of Hakara Satol. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointments if you get rid of the title. And that's what's happening here. You know what's the real danger of the Ben Sora Umore? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. And in all of your life, you become much happier in all life. Let's go back here. So Marcelo Canal Tzadikim, but tzaddikim ultimately again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. Because Gemara says, "Young is just repeating what we saw in the Mishnah. Young, sleep and wine are good for it because then we're not causing problems." But wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Why? Because they're good for the tzaddikim if they're drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing their nice and tov. Tranquility is bad for Hashem, bad for the world because it gives them time to engage in all the things. But tzaddikim hanola b'olam. Tzaddikim is good. Pizor, but Hashem hanola b'olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world. But tzaddikim hanola b'olam. Mishnah. Habab Maktas. Once you're switching gears now, Habab Maktas is a thief. Habab Maktas means a thief who comes in secret. I was saying now, literally, Makteres, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is thief who comes in through tunneling. He's literally again digging a tunnel right from straight into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above Maktaras, Nidrash in Sofa. So it says the halacha is if somebody now the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say Ruvain broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to kill Reuven, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Reuven is going to be chayiv for breaking the barrel. In Einlo Damin Potter. But if at the end of the day I'm allowed to kill Reuven, then he's Potter for breaking the barrel. Now listen, now why is that? That's because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's chayiv with death penalty. Because chayiv with death penalty, therefore he's for financial damages. Says the Gemara, Amar Rav, my time the Machteres. We'll say now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right? After all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So the listen to this. Chazaka in Adam Mamid Atzma Mamona. Supposed to listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Right? In other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, now a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore, the thief says, "Amar Zilma Kailafai, so therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is defending their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a road thief. The thief, Allah, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill him first. That's Habab Maktaras. Incredible. So Habab Maktaras, but not okay. The Yatsa part was interesting. That's fascinating. So let's say Reuben breaks into my home. Right? Reuben breaks into my home, and Halach Alamaisa again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says, Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Right? My taima. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road date. He's chayiv nisa. So because he's chayiv nisa, therefore he's pater for any type of monetary law. Therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. I will say, by the way, it's very similar also, like we have this, remember, like castle down, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if someone breaks into their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know, it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the law recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not trying to ask, what exactly are you here for? Right? In other words, inexpensive stuff means something. People will call them out. You know, there's no key. The understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home. You know I'm going to defend my home, and therefore if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So I'll say. So Rav says like this. So Rav, while standing with Rav, so Rav says Reuben breaks into my home and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rav says he have to give it back. Why? Because since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's punished for any type of monetary compensation. He can keep my stuff. Rav says, what? Mr. Milsei Rav Kishishiber from a single. So Rav's statement makes sense when let's say the object is no longer in existence. All right, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says about not Allah, but if not, he has the object. Yes, get back. Now look, it's not true. Not true. Rav said even if the object is extant, still Reuben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. Because again, essentially, since Reuben the thief was liable to a death penalty, he acquired the object through death penalty. Right? He's subject to death. He's not subject to any type of financial compensation. The object is now deemed to be in his rishos. That's true. You must say that's true. When we say that the object is in the rishos of the thief, that's for own sin. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still standing, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe it's not a show. He's no different than a show. I will say, so the Gemara suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says that the thief is an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rava says that if the object is not extant, if the object is extant, of course he has to give it back. So as none. Thief comes in, writes Rabidamim Chayis. What's the lotion of Yesh Lo Damim means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances. I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the world. Ain't no Damim Potter. But again, if Allah says I'm not allowed to kill him, and he's not chayiv for financial conflict in battle. Now, time the shikar. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here is that he ain't done in potter. Ultimately, again, where Ring will be potter from allowed to kill him. Hanotol lo. See from here that had he taken the battle, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Shemar says no. Who had din? It's not true. Even if he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason the Mishnah framed it as the case of breaking the chavis is to teach us the in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel. I'm not allowed to kill the thief. Even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. The one says that's obvious. Mass damager. Even if he did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. The Adam muad olba. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intentions for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad olam be'b'shami b'imelays.
Yo, Chi-boy.
Person is always muad.
Chi-boy.
Gosh, you're right. I don't know what to do with this.
Chi-boy, my friend. How are you, big dog? Chi-boy. 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 Yo, Chi-boy. Chi-boy, what's good, man? I'm in the middle of a space. How can I help you? One 100%, Chi-boy. I'll look for your notification. If not, just at me, and I'll come in when I get it. And Chi-boy, did you download Grok yet? GROK, and make your videos?
Yeah, I already broke, but I'm not making mistakes. I want to all my links to the link tree.
Absolutely. Take your time, Chi-boy. At me when you start your space, and I'll be there, okay? Thank you so much for coming in and telling me. I appreciate it, Ben, man. That's what you do. That's how you get me in there. Thank you.
why we are not even reading white list for anyone. Because we have a lot of people who want our guys like do it in the right way also. So we are calling on everyone to come join. The NFT will be housed before this month ends. And there's some plans being put in place. So thank you guys.
So much welcome, so much appreciated, shall we? We got anything to pin on the jumbotron is going on. Yo, Rabbi, I see you got your hand up, sir. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you don't know who I am, you will. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule and a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person, and I'm going to go viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. You can find a link to all of my cams on my profile. You can also find it in my pinned post. What you'll also find in my pinned post is a link to my link tree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look. Nobody's going to dare you to look at their link tree. I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you're going to find a link to my Discord. Feel free to join it. It's discord.me/Rabbi. I'd love to have you a part of our community. We are over 2,500 people strong and growing every day. In addition to streaming my life for world peace and wanting to make you all rich, I want you to know that I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology. We pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, and you want a coach, a mentor, a friend, all for free, reach out to me. Send me a follow. I'll follow you right. Send me a DM. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Join my Discord. I'm like 24 hours a day to be able to help you with whatever project you may have, but most importantly, that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here, a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want you to know that I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. So.
Yes, definitely. Deserves that. Rabbi is a legend. He's been out in these places. He's been grinding. He's been talking about this, and y'all really need to engage and connect with Rabbi. Join the Discord. But Rabbi, if you got anything to post on the Jumbotron, just put it on there so people can easily locate you. Then let's follow everybody on the speaker panel. Let's follow all each other. Let's max engage on the purple pill, and let's keep the space rolling. Let's keep it rolling, people.
Thank you so much. I just want to drop some alpha for everybody, some simple things, and then we'll move into the more complicated things. If you have a seed phrase, you're in Web3, make sure you have it written down in a safe place that is offline that you can get to, and you don't share that with anybody. Too often, I hear people who are just saving their seed phrases on their device, and their device gets stolen or broken, and they lose access to their wallets forever. We don't want that to happen to you. So just a friendly reminder, make sure you write down that seed phrase and that only you have access to it. And if possible, get a fireproof box that will allow it to be saved in case something were to happen to your property. Additionally, it's an excellent idea to never share that seed phrase with anybody. I know this sounds like basic stuff, but it's really important. I'm hearing too often that people are getting drained because they're sharing their seed phrase. Don't do that. Another thing that I want to recommend is that you update and and back up your phone and your computer regularly. But if you haven't done it in a while, I know how it is. We all procrastinate. You have better things to do, but it's always nice to have that backup done and then have that backup saved to the cloud in case somebody comes by and steals your phone or steals your computer or something. You have all of your data. Okay, with that being said, I tell you that I want to make you rich, but I want you to make yourselves rich as, and I have a proven track record of success in everything that I've done, and I want to give you some of the information that I've learned over the years. So firstly, many of you are Web3 marketers and you want more business. I'm sure that that covers many people in here. If you want more business, it's out there for you to be able to get. You just need to know how to get it. The first thing that I do whenever anybody joins my Discord and they're interested in making more money is I ask them, do you have a link tree? And most of the time they don't. If you don't know what a link tree is, it is your modern day business card. If you know what a business card is, back in the day, people would give out business cards with their telephone number, their contact information, their address. And in the 20th century, particularly in 2025, you need a link tree that has all of your social media on it so that you have one link and somebody can see everything that you've done and they can with you. So I recommend you create a link tree. And by the way, everything that I say, I can send you in a DM as well. Just send me a DM and I can give it to you. The next thing that I advise that you do is you get more social media. Social media is generally free, and most of you have Twitters, maybe Discord, Telegram, and not too much more. There are over 30 different platforms that I advise people create accounts on, and here's why. It's really a three-tiered strategy. The first one is that if you have more social media, it means that more people are going to contact you to be able to give you business. It's not just going to be on Twitter. It's not just going to be on Telegram or Discord. You're going to have mentions to be able to receive business. Additionally, it's going to allow you 30 times more places to be able to promote yourself and your customers. And that's really important as well. And then finally, it makes it more difficult to impersonate you. If you already have a presence on a social media platform, it's hard for someone to be able to impersonate you because someone can just look up who the real you is and ensure that they're contacting the right person. All right. So what I advise is you get everything from a Gmail account if you don't already, to a YouTube account if you don't already, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Threads, Reddit, Imager. I can give you a list. There are 30 of them. Now, what this is going to do is this is going to give you more tools as a social media marketer. Right now, you're probably marketing just on Twitter, maybe a little on Telegram, maybe some on Discord, but really you're just using two or three tools. And if I were to analogize this, it's like we're digging for gold. Why dig for gold with only two or three tools like Twitter and Telegram when you could be digging with 30 different tools and you could be using the number one website in the world, Google, the number two website in the world, YouTube, the number three social media in the world, Facebook, with over 1 billion users. You could be using Reddit, which has high net worth users who are using it. You can use Pinterest. You can use Imager. You can use TikTok, the fastest growing social media network. Why not use all of these networks? You have to realize the hard part is just creating the account. Once the account's created, people are going to follow you organically. They're going to like your posts organically. You don't have to do anything. And if you're saying, Rabbi, I don't want to check all of these, I'm a busy person, I completely understand. You have all of the notifications sent to your Gmail account that you create, and then all you have to do is check Gmail or have Gmail's push notifications alert you when you get a new update, and you can address a DM or a comment in any convenient fashion that you may have. Now, once you get all your and you have this superpower weaponry of being able to social media market, we need to put content on there. So what I advise people do is download the Grok app. It's free. or Sora 2, which is not available in all locations, but it's taking over the United States, and it will soon take over the globe. It's from ChatGPT, and it allows you to create short-form videos that are extremely informative, very accurate, high quality. And we're going to have you create about 10 of those. We're going to have you make titles and descriptions that are relevant to your industry, which is Web3 and social media marketing, and perhaps graphic design or moderation or whatever your background is. And so when you have a client, look at your social media. It's not just a skeleton account. It's robust. It has content. It tells the user what you do. Additionally, on all of these other social media accounts, it's going to allow others to see what you do, and they're going to contact you, and they're going to say, hey, I saw those videos that you created. They're really nice. I see that you're into social media marketing. Can you help me with my project? And the answer is, of course, absolutely. Then what I advise people to do is learn how to make memes. If you don't already know how to make memes, there are meme generators I can show you. And to more importantly, market yourself with memes. So in the corner of any meme that you make, you put your link tree there, you put your handle in there, and people know who the creative mind is behind this innovative meme that somebody likes, that somebody downloads, that somebody shares. It's free advertising for you. Additionally, I teach you how to join communities, not just on Twitter, but on Discord, on certainly Telegram, Facebook. There are a lot of communities that you can join to be able to network. As the phrase goes, your network is your net worth, and we want to increase all of your networks and thus your net worths. I also teach people to learn how to clip different people's spaces. It's very important that hosts of these spaces, like we have here, know who you are, and this is going to get you in their network. They're going to say, wow, you XYZ, whatever your name is, you are very important in archiving some very impressionable parts of my Twitter space. I really appreciate that. You tagged me, you tagged the co-host, you tagged the speaker, and you put relevant hashtags, and you summarized exactly what it was that we were discussing. And I appreciate that. That's going to put you on their radar. That means they're going to call you up to be able to speak more often. That's going to allow you to be able to network better, talk to more people, and get out your pitch. And then the last part is your pitch. I help people with this every day. We work on at least 3 pitches, a 30-second pitch, 60-second pitch, and a minute pitch, depending on how much time a space or speaker wants to give you. Too often I hear people who pitch themselves like this: GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. My name is XYZ. How are you all today? I hope you're doing good. Well, I don't really know what to say. I just know that I need a job. Please send me a DM if you have a job. And that's cool. At least you're trying. There's, nothing wrong with trying. But I want you to be able to invigorate a room. I want you to inspire people. I want you to be able to come in and say, GM, everyone, my name is XYZ, and I am the best marketer in web. And here's why. I am going to put your content on all of social media, which you can find at tree.com/XYZ. You will be made number 1 in Google, number 1 in YouTube, number 1 in Twitch, number 1 on Twitter, number 1 on LinkedIn, number 1 on TikTok, number 1 on Instagram. Whenever anybody for your project, it will show as the top result when you work with me. Not only that, I'm going to make sure that it's as the second result and the third result. My goal is that when anybody searches your product on any search engine, you show up in the 10 pack, those top 10 links. I want them all to come back to my social media, because my social media is going to link them to your project. That means you're going to get 30 times more DMs. You're going to get 30 times more people buying your coin, 30 times more people buying your NFTs. And guess what? I'm going to do it all for the same price as my competitors. I'm 30 times better. When you start working with me, you'll realize that I separate myself from the competition instantly. Everybody else is a reply guy. Everybody else is going to write GM to you. They're going to comment GM. They're going to heart or like your post. They're going to repost it, and then they're going to come to you with their hands out saying, now it's time for you to pay. I am different. I'm going to ensure that we post this on all my social media so that you dominate their engines, that you get business, which in turn will get me business. We are going to have a lifetime partnership. You will always come to me. You'll be a repeat client of mine. We will build a relationship together. We will find success. If this is something that is of interest to you, you should know my DMs are open, and I look forward to working with you immediately. That's what I say to your clients. That's what you want to be able to save those space. So with that, I wanted to provide a little bit of alpha to everybody. Some of this meant to others. If you ever want to connect with me, feel free to send me a DM. I can write to you the different social medias that you have, and I am always willing to help you along the way if you have questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sir. That's good help right there. Everything he says is basically very true. He is actually out here talking the truth to everyone's face, and we just gotta take it. So let's max engage with our guy Rabbi. Let's check him out. Let's send him DMs. Let's talk to him. Let's improve ourselves and get ourselves in order so when we come out in spaces, we actually know what we're doing. Yes, sir. With that being said, let me give a big shout out to Pandas. I see Gavin. I see Jay. I see Jimmy. It's good people. Appreciate y'all pulling up on the space. It's really an honor y'all being here. Shiny, could you help me? Shout out to those Max engaging on the purple bill over here. Shiny, you're right me. Where she goes? Can you hear me now? Yeah, I can hear you. Could you help me? Shout out to Max engaging on the purple. Thank you. Okay, I said, oh my God, partners, coming. Jimmy. How's everybody? When you guys should come up. Rabbi, I'm not saying what you said, I should say, oh, been a very busy day so far. Like, hey, gosh. But yeah, I wish I would get time to reach out to you, you know? Big ups to everyone, guys, come on. How's everybody doing today? Today is Monday.
Yo, what up, Zerionics? How are you? Hey, I know you. I just heard you in that Twitter space. You just heard me in that Twitter space. How are you, my friend? Can you hear me? I see you're coming off mic, but I can't hear you. Can you repeat it? Talk again. Try to talk. Okay, you for a second. I'm lovely. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How's your day going?
It's wonderful. How about yours, my friend?
Yeah, it's good. It's been.
Excellent.
I really love with the space. I think it's gonna help me. It's gonna go a long way for me.
I think so as well. Okay, so I sent you a message just now with all of the information that I basically covered, at least the first step, and all of the social media that you need. So here's the plan. You create a link, you start populating it with your current social media, and then you create all the social media that you don't already have. It's going to take you 1 or 2 days at least. It takes a little while. But then once you do it, it's done. And then you're going to get organic growth. People are going to randomly follow you, and you're going to have more social media than any of your competitors. And then what you do is you come back to me. We'll look it over. We'll make sure it's good. We're going to optimize your profile picture. We're going to make sure that we put excellent content on it so it's interesting to your clients. I'll teach you how to clip. I'll teach you how to join communities if you don't already know. And then we're going to work on your pitch. You're going to get a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch or so that people can find out about you. How does this sound, Zerionic?
Yeah, it sounds great. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely, man.
I've been looking for stuff like this to guide me. I think you're the right person to guide me on this.
Absolutely. I'm here to help you, as always. I'm always live in here, so you can always connect with me. Feel free to look at the message that I sent you. If you have any questions, come back. I'm willing to help you. First thing you need to do is get yourself a link tree. By the way, everything that I tell you is free, never charge you, and have all of the advice all free as well. So run into a website that's like, hey, the premium or whatever, don't do it. There's a free way. If you can't find it, we'll find it for you.
Yes, man. I'm the lottery right now. Then I'll see about the social media platforms. Try to create one on each of them.
That's 100% right. You got it. And then when you're done, you come back here and we'll look at it, okay?
Okay.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan. I look forward to being your friend. And if you need anything from me, I'm here for you, okay?
Thanks, man. Same here.
Excellent. You're welcome. Take care.
And you.
Thank you, my friend. Yes, Chiboy, we can hear you. How are you, my friend? Chiboy, can you hear me? Excellent. As I said, be here. Vanta, come on up and speak, my friend. Go ahead.
Because before now, I would like when I just might not get multitask even my followers, normally I have to go to spaces and like okay, they think yeah. But sometimes I was like now that people just randomly follow and I'm like, whoa, this guy, stuff like that. So I like go from most different spaces. I was really saying things that I just like connect with people, black men and stuff like that.
Definitely. It shows you're a leader and not a follower so much. And people can connect with you and know that you're willing to make the sacrifice to be able to host this. It also shows that you are someone who is willing to put yourself out there. There's some vulnerability when being a space host. It also, I would say, really great for you because you're the person generally who people are going to follow on there in any given room because you're showing yourself. It also, these things help when people look at your bio. It puts a little purple circle around you if you're a speaker or if you're in a space, and the more often that they see that, they know that you're engaged, that you're active, that you're just lurking, that you are someone who is going to day in and day out be a user of Twitter. And for those reasons, I think that being a, a space host allows you to get more engaged with what you're seeing.
Tagging more people to this space so that we can share new ideas. Yeah. So I was on that previous space where last month I had to check my phone. I was in there for 2 hours. I was like, grab my phone. I was like, yeah, I'm supposed to come up and like say, yeah, I know him. I know him. To like back you up. And I had to check my phone. There was a girl called East Web3. I don't know if you like somehow you're speaking. Yeah, she's also my message. She joined the space through VPN. I noticed that. So she's always following this space. I was always yeah. So let me just talk some of them to join.
Chivo, I just want to make you aware we can hear you, but you should be aware that when you open your mic, there's a really high pitched squeal. Perhaps at the end of this space, since it's recorded, you can listen to it so you can hear it for yourself. Um, I'm not saying that it makes you inaudible. We can hear you, but when you get a big space, you want to make sure that the background is as quiet as you can make it. I just want to make you aware of that. Absolutely. It sounds like you're outside. Are you? So, yeah, I don't know if it's a cicada or some other kind of insect. We can hear it in the background, crickets and stuff. It's not a bad thing, but when you have a big space, you want it to be as ideal as possible. So, if it's possible to find a quiet place that you can avoid that kind of background noise, I don't want you to think though it's so bad that it would make one potentially unable to hear you, but you want ideal conditions when you are doing your spaces. Another important thing is to ensure that you know where your microphone is on your phone and do your best to ensure that it is unobstructed, because if you obstruct it, it makes it very difficult to be able to hear you and to speak directly into the microphone. that's certainly important as well.
Okay, I can ask you because I have this lesson how you are speaking. Just being like so
You should know whatever change you just made, it increased your voice volume like 300%. It's much better now. So kind of understand where your hand position is and where your mouth was. We hear you much, much better this last time you spoke than the previous time.
yeah, that's because I moved my phone more closer to my mouth. Yeah.
Excellent. You're very clear now.
Yeah, my phone was like down, me trying to type. Yeah, so now it's like close to my mouth.
Absolutely. Other advice I can give on hosting spaces, um, background noise, if it's what you have, which is just crickets, it's not that bad. It's consistent, but many times, sometimes it's like people are around intersections and there's horns honking, and there are animals. You can hear roosters in the background. Not that all of that isn't good, it shows signs of life, but it makes it uh, unattractive to your listeners. So just basically having it as quiet in the background is ideal. What you have, it's quieter certainly. People would rather have a consistent sound like the crickets in the background than random sounds of car horns and chickens. Just I'm sure you're aware of that. Absolutely. Another really good thing to do is to listen to your listen to your space after it's done. Listen after it's done, so that you can hear how you're getting across to random individuals. A lot of times we just do a space and we don't listen to it when it's over. You want to listen to it so that you know that, oh, I now I see why Rabbi or someone else was commenting that they could hear this, or that they could hear me better at this certain point. And then another big thing that is really difficult. Everybody in the world deals with this, but it's connectivity. So if you know that a certain place in your house or in where your property, your town, or wherever where you have good connectivity, that's really, really, really important. And a lot of times, I don't know if you have Wi-Fi. A lot of times, what people don't, at least with the Twitter system, is if they switch from Wi-Fi to cellular data back and forth a lot, it will cause them to rug and they won't be able to hear everybody. So those are just some tips that I've learned in the last few years of being on Twitter Spaces. That's great. That's okay, Chief Boy. Chief Boy, if you didn't know it, I'm currently hosting a space. I have another device. I host a space 24 hours a day, and I have for many months. It's a video space. I do it so that I can archive the video, but barely anybody comes in there. So the fact that you at least even have two other people in here is an accomplishment. And I've seen it growing over the course of the last week or so that I've seen that you've been doing them. So just know that it takes time, and it's an accomplishment to even get anybody in your space. Absolutely. So, cheat boy, you should also know people use deceptive practices and basically cheat to get bigger spaces. So, don't let it get to you. Here's what has been common, and I see this all the time. People start out with a space like this one, 4 people, and they get a bunch of bots, and they rent the bots for an hour. They rent like 200 or 300 bots, and then everybody sees this really big space where it has like 4 speakers and 400 bots, and then they're like, well, at least this is ranking really high on my timeline. They stay, and they'll stay for an hour or two because more and more people see that, and it just keeps growing. And then what you notice is all the bots go away, and so they have basically gotten 100 people in their space, or somewhat organically. But the only reason why is because the bot. And you can't let that get you down unless you're going to pay for that kind of interaction. Uh, it's really difficult to get huge spaces of 4, 5, 600 people without bots. They all do it. And then you start looking at the really big ones, the people who get thousands of people a day, and by far the majority are botted, and they just spend money. And then you get these really big space hosts. I know a few of them, and they, in order to host a space with you as a co-host, basically they charge $4,000. So like basically people are using it as a money making tool, and we're just essentially doing it the honest way, and just know that like if you don't compare yourself to these bigger spaces because they are using tools that are some give them somewhat unfair advantage. I would say, I mean, you've got 4 people here. The goal is to get 10. If you can get 10 over the course of a week, and you do, I see you getting 10 organically when you have enough spaces. Then then 20. But it's really hard to get a space to grow larger than maybe 30 or 40 people without the use of bots. Another way that you can do it, though, you have people with bigger accounts who come up as speakers. That puts your space, it highlights it for any of the speakers' followers, and then you'll get more people as well. So that's just those are just some observations that I've noticed over my experience with Twitter Spaces. But just know that don't get frustrated. Like, why do some of these get like 400 people or 500 people right away? They don't. They get 3 people and 400 bots, and that pushes them to the top of the Twitter list, and then they get a bunch of people.
Expertise, ideas, notice that because now that you see space and underneath was like 750,000 of them. This only dimension 1,000 plus listeners. It's like, wow, space is really big. Not knowing that still 10 plus
That's exactly right.
take that to consideration.
Exactly. People bought that type of engagement, and you can buy bots for a long period of time. You could buy them for the whole show. What a lot of people do is they just buy them right at the beginning of their show so that they don't have to pay for the entire few hours that they have. They only buy them for 1 hour. And then they get a lot of people who come in because they think, oh, this is a hot space. Everybody's here. This is a great place to do whatever I need to do. I've got to say, it's an excellent strategy. It's deceptive and it's inauthentic, and it technically is against Twitter terms and conditions, but it works, and people are utilizing it until Twitter does something about it, which they normally don't, because the people who are doing it are some of their biggest influencers. Then basically a battle between the knots, but don't let that get you. And you see like 10 people at the top, and then 400 people um, listening anonymously. That's a botted space, and you can kind of tell something about the host or the co-host or something that they know that this is inauthentic. If you ever the issue to them, like I've heard it done a lot, we'll start people, 5 people in a space, then 500 all just listeners, and you can even say to the and a lot of times what the space host will say is somebody's botting us. I don't know who, but somebody's botting us. Yeah, you went to one of the services and said I'm going to have a space between this time, and I want 500 bots there, and they showed up, but you don't want to admit that you were the one to get the bots, so you blame somebody else for doing it, and that's fine. I mean, I get it. That's part of the game, but just know that that's what's happening. Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, those are the kind of spaces where you see that. Banta, welcome. How are you? Yes, I can hear you. Chibor, can you hear Banta? Absolutely, Vanta. Let's make sure Chiboy can hear you. Chiboy, can you hear Vanta? I am, but I'm not your boss, Chiboy. We are colleagues.
Sorry about that. So, Rabbi, anything you said about this topic? That's what you just came up to online. What's your space?
Sure. So I see chill and chill. Does money changes a person's behavior or attitude? Question and answer. So it depends on the person. Some people don't let money affect them. They may have started poor or middle class, and then they all of a sudden rise to great amount of wealth, and they remember where they from where they came. On the other hand, you can be very poor or middle class and want to look like you have money, so there's a lot of show, and you can let that change you, and then you can also not let it change you. It depends on the person. I would say there's a quote Oprah Winfrey that I like. It's attributed to her. That is, money doesn't buy happiness, but it helps. Now, there's also a quote of Puff Daddy that I think is relevant. More money, more problems. So basically, you have more money, that means that you have more problems, and sometimes they're bigger problems. Uh, Truthfully, having money gives you access to more opportunities, and usually you can take care of many issues if you have sufficient funds that someone with insufficient funds may not be able to address. So I think in answer to the question, does money change a person's behavior and attitude? It depends on the person. I think that there's an, a major opportunity, a trillionaire by this time next year. Now you're going to laugh at that, but I think if I keep the grind up, especially in these spaces, someone's going to hear what I say, and they're going to say, "Well, you have 4 years of content archived that basically no one is really interesting." Yeah, it's true. You have more social media than any person ever. Yeah, and you talk about things to the world like world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, types of futuristic technologies like anti-gravity, antimatter. That's all going to be really exciting to someone. I don't ask for people to promote me, but somebody's going to give me a retweet. People are going to see what I have, and it's going to be a catalyst. It's going to be an accelerant, and it's going to take It's going to be one of the popular events that has ever. It will be the most popular event that ever happens on Twitter. Like literally, you can watch my life and all these different streams and connect with me, and then be able to watch all of the past and see the changes that we've had, and then from there, I think that the cryptocurrency that I endorse, it's already worth $100 million. I think there's a significant opportunity that it could, it will easily break $1 billion and then perhaps $1 trillion, just because I've been endorsing it for so long and it's so integrated into my spaces or into my streams. And at a certain point, whether it's more than a million or more than a billion or perhaps more than a trillion, I won't need the money anymore. You get to a certain where you just want comfort. I'll have all the power that I need, and we'll create, at least in the United States, according to its tax code, a 503c not for profit, basically a big sum of money. We'll have a big pot, basically, and people can donate to it globally if they want. Hey, if you want to help the world, donate to this cause. Here's what makes our not for profit different. Everything in the not for profit is live streamed. So you won't ever see a boardroom or a vault or anything that isn't accounted for. You can go back and watch all of it. So it basically keeps accountability. Why would I want to give to a charity that has a six-figure or seven-figure CEO and I never get to see what's going on closed doors? With mine, just like my life, you'll be able to see everything of this charity. And I think I'll easily be able to market that as the best charity in the world. People will want to give, and we're going to give back. So already the cryptocurrency that I endorse, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building wells in rural Nigeria, and I want to continue that, and water towers, and I want to continue those kinds of things. But additionally, I'll start moving the world towards more advanced things that unite us as opposed to that which divides us. Things divide us, some societal aspects, some cultural aspects, some religious aspects. And while I am all for personal freedoms, I am also an advocate for that which unites us, like being new, being energy independent and advanced propulsion and things like space exploration, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. That kind of thing can unite a people. And I'm a forward thinking individual. And thus, in a year, I think there's a very real opportunity to go viral. And when I talk about $1 trillion, it's not that much money. I mean, first there's a million, then all you need is 1,000 million to have a billion. Then all you need is 1,000 billion to have a trillion. It's not inconceivable. And especially with cryptocurrency, it's definitely a lot faster than it's happened traditionally. So that may seem like a big goal, but someone dreams big. I don't want to sit here and tell you, Chief Boy, or the need to that I want to be anonymous in a year. I want everybody to know about what I'm doing. And after having done this for 4 years, I know the best market myself is on Twitter. I talk to people, they get it, they're appreciative, they join my Discord, they realize this is a much bigger project than anybody else has on Twitter. People go on Twitter, I've got this cryptocurrency. Okay, that's cool. I'm for it. Knock yourself out. But no one says you can go and watch every moment of every day of my life for the last 4 years as able to grow up together, be able to learn from humanity, especially with the position of AI in this, to be able to take a 12-hour video of mine and condense it so that it's much more digestible to someone in a busy day. It's going to be a game changer. So uh, I have high hopes for myself and for my project. And hey, here we are. It's currently November 17th, and let's hope that November 17th of 2026, you're sitting back listening to this conversation saying, Wow, we are well on our way to a trillion.
I've got this NFT, I've got this, I've got that. That is what makes you different from them. Because many people haven't heard, many people have heard of you speaking, but people haven't heard of you speaking. Because when you speak, like, what is it saying about you? Like, yes, you are just different from everything. Everything is like, what you bring is different. But people will not you together much, not like listening and really understand ways. Kind of say, it's like, kind of say, last 4 years of this video archive somewhere. How is that even? That's what like most people will be thinking. I don't know if everyone today just be so Vanessa, just tell us about you. So like please rather to like add to what you're doing and give suggestion of positions, mistakes, and stuff like that. Okay. I'm on YouTube. It's kind of I think that maybe I would like to get to edit and then get to it. Get to it. But get to it. But there's one of the things that I like. I don't know what to do. But I'm into what's next. It's very useful. This one I have a chance.
Vanta, are you a streamer on YouTube as well as a gamer, or you just game? Okay, but you don't stream, correct? Okay, why not? Have you ever wanted to be a streamer who also games? Okay. Gee, boy, can you hear me? Yes. Certainly, Chiba, you should also know you've got a lot of competition at this time. Um, there are seven other chilling shows going on right now, so that could affect it as well. Um, you know, you don't always know what other hosts are going to do, but I know a lot of the times when you reach out to people, if they're in another similar space, it's going to be hard to pull them from that space. So you never know. Just get any bigger than this, and that's totally fine. That doesn't mean that you don't try again. See, but one thing that I noticed about you, and what I like about you, is are you have persistence. You keep trying, even if your space isn't super big. You keep, and that's great. If I had any advice to you, it's to continue to use that persistence every single day that you can and have a space. So if you just have a pop up space, which is generally what this is, you don't know what time it's going to be. But if you say to yourself, every night at 7 p.m. Nigerian time to 9 p.m. Nigerian time, or whenever, I'm going to have a space no matter what. I'm going to basically do this for 365 days. Its date is November 17th, 2020. I do this for 1 year. I will have a very large community that relies on me at this space every night. Really, Chiboy, you could become very successful just doing chill and chills if people knew that you were having them every night at a given time. And I'm going to tell you, I go to this all the time. You hear me in these things all the time. And I'll give you the best advice I can have to give you. When they're small, you give people an opportunity to be able to speak, shield themselves, You never cut them off. They're taking more than say 5 minutes. It's very rude if they're in the middle of a shill and then you just come in and you're like, all right, well that's enough from you when you've got 8 people in the space. Let them talk. Let them say whatever they want, and they will appreciate that and they will come back. Another thing that you want to do is you want to, as they get bigger, you're gonna want to, and they're gonna grow. You're gonna want to not allow people to keep going on and on and on. So it's good that some people time people. You don't necessarily have to do that, but you want people to know that they're just not going to be able to take over your show either. And I think the sweet spot in allowing people to shill is anywhere between 1 and 3 minutes. If you can allow somebody that amount of time, they're able to get out their project. And as this the um, the the space grows, you can say something like this. All right, everyone, I'm glad that you're here. Welcome to Chi Boys Chill and Chill. You know it as well as I do. Every night, 7 to 9 p.m., we do this, or whenever it ends. Come on up and speak. You're gonna have up to 3 minutes to say whatever you want. If we think it's interesting, that's great. We'll ask you questions. If you've successfully been able to explain it, we are going to have you up for a little bit and then we'll knock you down and we're just going to keep the rotation going. We want to give everybody an opportunity to be able to share their project with us. And if you don't have the opportunity to share your project with us tonight, know that we do this absolutely every night and you can rely upon us. That's what you want to be able to say, and I know you're going to be that in the future. It's going to chill and chill. So, you know, you just have to make the decision to yourself. I'm going to do these every night that I absolutely can from this time to this time. And even if nobody comes, I'm going to still do them because at least you'll train your audiences to know, oh, Cheap Boy's got a chill and chill at X time. I'm going to go check it out. And I even know from my own perspective, if I see you have a chill and chill, I may not be able to stay the whole time, but I'll go in and chill my project. It's an opportunity for me to make new friends, tell more people, educate about what I do. So if I'm going to do it, I know there are at least at least 100 people who have projects that are going on currently and they're always looking for places to be able to teach more people. And when they go on their Twitter, they're going to search the word shill and your space is going to pop up. So for your perspective, if you really want to do this and be a space host, you do it as consistently as you can during a given time and you do it every single day.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, everyone on my second space was like, okay, what time do you use this? I was like, okay, it's from 10 to yeah, that's 3 hours. Yeah, okay, right?
You can do it whenever you want and forever how long you want, but you want to stay consistent to it so that you have your audience knows on a given night or day or whatever it is, wherever it is in their world, that they're going to be able to rely upon you for the opportunity to be able to show. And it doesn't always have to be shows, but that's probably your market. If you're just looking for people to grow, that's what they're searching. And so there are some other keywords that you might want to put in your space. So chill and chill is great. The fact that chill's in there, that's what gets me. But then you also want to say perhaps engagement, following, or followers, follower. You don't want to say follow for follow. That's against the Twitter terms and conditions. But the word follow is big in there. You get random people who just show up in there and just follow everybody and leave. But at least it's engagement that you're going to get in your room. Um, and really, if like in this case where maybe the chill and chill isn't as big as we'd like it to be, there's nothing wrong with you saying, okay, we tried. We're gonna try this again tomorrow. Please come. We'd appreciate it if you can show up. And then you go into someone else's chill and chill, and you become friends with those other hosts, and you say, "Hey, I'm going to be hosting a chill and chill tomorrow at XYZ time. Would you like to co-host with me? I'd love to have you there." And you combine your networks with other people. My network is still really new. I've only been using this account for less than a month, and I have about 1,000 followers. But as I said, I've previously had issues where my accounts get banned, so I'm not the right person to be able to connect with to have a really big network that's already established. I can get you that on different platforms, but at least on Twitter, it's still new, it's still growing. But there are, as I'm sure you're aware, people with 3K followers, 5K followers, 15K followers. If you can befriend one of them and say, "Hey, I would appreciate it if you could co-host with me, even for the first hour, I would really appreciate it. You can say whatever you want in the space, chill whatever you want, but I really appreciate if we could combine forces." That's going to be really good for you. I mean, you could even say to people, "I host a space from 10 to 1 every single day. I want you to come in. I want you to co-host with me for an hour or however long you want." And you get a different co-host every single day. But that's going to allow a lot more people to enter your network, and they're going to follow you, and they're going to start knowing that, hey, Chiboy has this space every single day and he's really consistent. I'm going to go in there because I'm going to get some alpha.
Yeah, Robert, thanks for that. I will do just that. So maybe when next I go on this space, I'll try to listen again. So I'm like most days for the calls. I'm trying to find where those spaces. And I think I also add that like when I do my pitch, I also host spaces. Like a few spaces just to relax, just think about that line to it as well. So that people can just say, okay, just open space. Yeah,
Absolutely. There are some other tips that I've been learning more for the Nigerian crowd, which really Twitter has a huge Nigerian population. You play Afro beats. You don't have to do it right away, but basically let's say your space is going to start at uh, 10 p.m. or whatever time you want. You might open it up at 9:50 and play the first 10 minutes or so that people have music, they're relaxed, it's entertaining, and then when people come up, they have the opportunity to chill, and there's already an audience there. I've seen that work, and people do enjoy that. Another thing you can do, so you have chill and chill, like the naming of your space. So this is just what I do. You don't have to do this, but I'm going to tell you from a marketing perspective it works. So like Chiboy, your name is Chiboy. My name is technically whatever that red square is, and then Rabbi Rothschild. And if you're wondering, like, why do you have that red square? Because when you're looking at a sea of people's names, the color red catches your eye. And when I DM someone, I always have that color in it, catches your eye. It's marketing. This is why McDonald's uses red and yellow. It's why Coca-Cola uses red. Red gives people an instinctual feeling of warmth and to buy and to take action. That's why I use that. So you would use that red square at the beginning of the word chill. So that when people are looking through all of the spaces, you get yourself a little bit because it's eye catching. So instead of it just being chill and chill, it'd be the red square and then chill, or it'd be red space chill and chill. Then we would want to use some different wording, perhaps to get people who are just searching. So you may say chill and chill. Share, because that's a word that is used. Share your NFT, comma crypto project, comma characters we have. But the reason why we would do that is that anybody searching for the word project or share or perhaps even follow on there or NFT, that means you're going to show up in their search. And that's what you want to do. Like right now, for someone to find this space, aside from the terms chill and chill, they'd have to search the word does, changes a person, behavior, attitude, Q&A. It's highly searched. Another piece of alpha I'm going to give you, if you, I highly recommend, if you haven't seen, there's a website called spaces-dashboard.com. SPACESDARD.com. Go there. That's where you want to use. That's what you want to use to be able to find people. People where it doesn't show you all the spaces that are going on. Right now, there are 400 English-speaking spaces that are going on Twitter, and you probably are only being shown 6 of them, maybe 8 of them, maybe 12 of them. It's not that many. There are so many spaces going on that you may not be able to see. So go to spacesdashboard.com. It gives you the category of different spaces, whether it's cryptocurrency and finance or investing or entrepreneurship or sports or world politics, whatever it is. You can organize the spaces by their topic. You can also see them in order from largest to smallest and also chronologically. So, which ones started most recently to which ones have been going the longest. It's just more opportunity for you to be able to find spaces, but also you'll be able to see what other spaces are, how they're marketing themselves. And when you type in the, like, for instance, share, shill, follow, NFT, crypto, you'll see each one of those words has between 10 and 12 different spaces that are going on. And you want to get yourself in there because that will allow more and more people to find your space organically. That's really what it's about.
Thanks so much for this fun. I'm going to do just that. Yeah, I do also add those follow. You said I should include some NFTs, share markets. Yeah, I will do just that. I think that also there was even one day a friend of mine said I should do something funny. Before I started to like my space, so he said, I open this space and join it. He said, bro, it's boring in here. But like, bro, yeah, it's just what it is, man. It's just that. He said, okay, let's do this. He said, I should like clean the topic I was supposed to do I add it chill and chill? So you say I should make it chill and chill and chill. Then I'll add two songs because yeah, it's just two songs, one song. Yeah, it's like yeah, and people enjoying this space. And I was like, bro, this don't people enjoying this space. All I have to just not keep it come help me. I'm like, okay, what you want to go on? I'm not sure there's something I can use more for. So I will just keep staying. And just emotional like if someone just like like oh last that dude. I said what to do. It was like a way intent. So that I didn't use that two hours on a Saturday why it was going to allow me with that topic to say but that is like really too like yours is the main thing. Yeah, so everything you were telling me about this stuff, that's why I remembered him saying that stuff.
Well, he makes a very good point. You could, I wouldn't say two soul giveaway because that is untrue, but you could just have the word giveaway or giveaways in there. And you'll, even though you don't have to give anything away, I don't want you to give away anything, Chi Boy, but you'll have people who have a project that say, Chi Boy, I've got an NFT project, it's XYZ. Do you mind if I shill it? And you'll say, absolutely, that's why we're here. Go ahead. And they'll say, okay, I am XYZ NFT, and we're the best NFT that you can find. And I want more and more people to be holders. So, Chibo, do you mind if I give away an NFT by posting to the Jumbotron? And if you like, comment, and repost the post, we will give away the NFT to a randomly chosen winner. And you're going to say, absolutely. That's going to happen. And it's not disingenuous, it's truthful. So you could put giveaways. That's a big word that people are going to use. So let's say we were going to redo this. And I think it's fine. It's really, you're still new, but I would put either red circle or red square at the beginning. The reason why I choose the red square, not the red circle, it's literally the most amount of red that you can have in that space to get people's attention. So I would say red square space, chill and chill. Share your alpha, comma, NFTs or NFT, comma, um, crypto, project, comma, giveaway, comma, or talent and more. And then exclamation point. That's a call to action. When I read that, it tells me what to do. I should share my giveaway, or I should share my NFT, or I should share my whatever it is. Currently, what it says is chill and chill. Does money changes a person's behavior and attitude? And you don't, you if you're going to ask a question, you want it to be an open-ended question, not a yes or no question. Somebody reads that, does money changes a person's behavior or attitude? Sometimes, like, you can answer that in one word, and you want to avoid that kind of question. So if we're going to ask a question, which I wouldn't for your kind of space, but if we were, we would say, chill and chill. How does money change a person's behavior and attitude? Because when you use the term how, you can't answer that in one word, or it's very difficult. So that opens up the conversation a lot more when you have such an open-ended question. So instead of having it be a yes or no question, or maybe you make it more open-ended, how does money change a person's behavior and attitude? Um, that's just some advice that I would have. But really, the way to do it is like what your friend said. I do red square space chill and chill. Share your alpha, project, NFT, crypto, talent, and more. Or it doesn't even have to be and more. And I wouldn't use the term AND, the word AND. I would use the ampersand, because you only get so many um, characters to be able to use, and you want to be able to fit as much in there as possible. And if you're unable to fit it, that's fine. You don't need and more, but you want it to be a complete sentence basically for people. When people see that, what they're going to do is they're going to search, and just people who are into NFTs, they're going to search NFT, and you're going to show up for them, or you're going to show up for giveaway, or you're going to show up for crypto, or you're going to show up for perhaps even follow or alpha. These big terms that are used Twitter algorithm, and you're at least going to get more organic growth of random people who are going to click on in here to see, hey, who's talking, what's going on in here. They may not stay, which you have to respect. There's a lot of competition. There are 400 Twitter spaces in each alone going on. You've got a lot of competition, but if you market the space in the right way, you're going to have the best opportunity to be able to get people in. Another thing people do, they ask, especially in the early parts of the space, hey, please retweet, please like, please share, please tag a friend. Those are important things to say. That's great. Once you're already established, though, you can still push people to do that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. That helps for growth. But if it's, you don't want to do that to the point of annoyance either. So it's just something that you balance. You're going to be a very successful Twitter space host, Chico. You just have to do it enough. And more people in here than you can count. And if you don't want to do a regular space, if you want to not do 10 to 1 or whatever you want to do, that's okay too. But it's going to be more difficult because people won't be planning on you having your space. So the key thing is to pick a time slot. You want to do a 3-hour time slot? That's okay. You don't necessarily have to do that. You can just do it. If it's a really good space, you're going to keep going. You'll go for 4 or 5 hours. The key is your start time. If you have your audience know that you have an established time that they can expect you, they're going to just come. People are creatures of habit and they like consistency. And if they see that you're consistent, they will show up consistently. Hey, we have Kizzy in the house. Kizzy, come on up. We'd love to speak with you.
I just asked the mic to I'm trying to make and edit the words this. Robert, can you stay like a little bit longer?
Absolutely. If it lets me, I'll show you how I would edit it.
Yeah, so making you the co-host. So if you do the mouse, you just edit. Please help me. I'm trying to find
Yes, I'm here. I'm just working on the title. So just let me be for a little bit. No, no problem at all. What do I do on Twitter? Well, I just rejoined Twitter not too long ago. I basically go to people's spaces and promote myself, and then also I help them to be able to get more business through social media, all for free. Absolutely, I'll teach you what I do in a moment. Boy, if you look, I tagged you in one of the Purple Pill comments. I'm unable to change the title for whatever reason, but what I want you to do is put the new title in there. We'll see if it makes any differences, and save that title for the future. It says, um, "Chill and Chill. Share your alpha, project, NFT, crypto, talent, and more." that gives people a lot of keywords in there to that are going to help in the search. So um, that's how I would market it. All right, Kizzy, do you have a okay? That's okay. So the first thing that you want to do, Kizzy, is you want a link tree. What that link tree is a modern day business card. Uh, if you know what a business card is, for that, it has somebody's name on it and their telephone number. And that's great. But what you want to do is have that link tree, which is going to have for all your social media. And then there are about 30 different major social media platforms that you can use all for free. There are more than that, but that are used by millions or tens of millions or even billions of people. And you want to use those to be able to promote yourself. So everything, like right now, kids are using Twitter, and that's great. But that's if we, I analogize this to if we were digging for gold, you would basically not have the same opportunity to find gold if you only used one shovel. And right now you're using one shovel, which is Twitter. I want you to use 30 different shovels, or at least have the opportunity to use 30 different shovels. So that's the number one website in the world, Google. The number two website in the world, YouTube. I want you to use Facebook. I want you to use Instagram. I want you to use TikTok. I want you to use Reddit. I want you to use Snapchat. I want you to use Imager. I want you to use uh, uh, Pinterest. I want you to have access to all major social media. The reason why I want to do that is threefold. The first reason is it gives you an opportunity to get more business for yourself on 30 different platforms. Right now, you're only able to get business for yourself on one platform and maybe a couple of them. But people don't know who you are on Reddit. People don't know who you are on Pinterest. People don't maybe know who you are on Instagram, maybe. You want to have all of those channels for people to be able to DM you and connect with you. Now, if you have let's say you have a personal Instagram account and you put yourself and your friends on there and when you're on vacation, that's not what you want to do. You want to create a new Instagram account that's just for your business. And same with Facebook and same with TikTok. So it's fine to have your personal one, that's great, but you need to have a business one. So once you create the 30 different social media platforms that I give you, and in fact, Kizzy, I'll just send it to you, a direct message right now. Um, absolutely. If I'm going to send you this message that I'm sending you, I send it to anybody who's interested in what I do. I don't always have the chance to talk with them beforehand, so it's just it's basically just some boilerplate information that I send to people. But um, okay, just one moment. I don't know if you can still hear me. I have to pass a challenge in Twitter. This is such an annoying thing of Twitter where you could be mid conversation with someone, then all of a sudden you have to do one of these challenges. All right, account unlocked. All right, so didn't send. I have to resend it. That's fine. Just one moment, Kizzy. Um, okay, can you guys still hear me? Okay, excellent. So, Kizzy, I just sent you the list of the social media that you need, and what that is going to be is Linktree. That's the first one. Gmail, Google is the number one website in the world. You need to have an X, which you do. YouTube, Telegram is huge for cryptocurrency. Facebook has over 1 billion users. You need to be there. WhatsApp it's Meta, just like Facebook. So is Instagram. So is Threads. You need to have those. TikTok, the fastest growing social media in the world. WeChat, giant in China. You need to be able to communicate with billions of people who use it. Snapchat, Pinterest, those are big. LinkedIn, of any of these social media platforms, that one's the one where I've made the most amount of money. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars through LinkedIn alone, and just through contracts that I've gotten through LinkedIn. Reddit is a high net worth profile, high net worth user platform. Quora, Threads, Discord, that's a big one. I mean, I have 2,500 people in my Discord. It's really hard to get people to join your Discord, but once they do and they like what you're doing, usually they're pretty locked in. Twitch, Tumblr, Mastodon, Flickr. These are big sites, and you never know how you're going to be able to use them. Clubhouse. Twitter stole this Twitter Spaces idea from a website called Clubhouse. So basically, you want to have at least an account there. You never know when you're done shilling on Twitter, you might go to Clubhouse and start shilling because they have people who are discussing things on there. Rumble, Truth Social, Blue Sky. Blue Sky is over 40 million users, and many of the people who left X, or when Elon Musk there, then they moved to Blue Sky. So that significant portion of the population there. Kick, Imager. Then you want to have ChatGPT, Sora, and Grok. Those are basically for content creation. Okay, so once you create that and you have them all linked to your link tree, you come to me and you say, Rabbi, I'm all done. Look it over, please. I'll look it over. If it's good, great. If you're missing something, I'll ask you why you're missing it. A lot of times people just forget or whatever reason. Once you're done there, we're going to put content on your social media. We're going to use Grok. We're going to use Sora, which